Howdy, 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 hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back and happy Tuesday. It is May 21st, 2024, and we're back again. Hope you're all having a great day so far, and I hope you all had a wonderful night last night. Today, guys, within looking at the title, you can tell we're looking into more about the Madeline Soto case, the horrific case out of Florida. There's some interviews that were done with law enforcement between Stearns and the detectives. And it gives some insight into what was going on in that household and in some senses, and with him and with Jen, which everybody has a lot of questions about. So we're going to be looking at that, and then we're going to be talking about it, because that's what we like to do. So I appreciate you all joining us today for this. I'm going to be also talking about something else real quick, though. But thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys very, very much. And as always, we need to get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. What up, what up? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. I am the Dago, and it's great to be here with you guys. For those of you that aren't familiar with me, most of you are, so thank you for being here. First thing I want to ask, guys, is share this out. Please share this out, if you will. Secondly, and most importantly, please hit that like button on your way in the door. If you have not subscribed, please do that, but hit the like button. And let's get this in the algorithm so we can make, of all people, YouTube happy, because that's what they want us to do. So please do that. Please, please, please hit the like button. Let's get it in the algorithm and let's do our thing. I greatly appreciate that so very much. If you would. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So come on in, grab a seat, get yourselves comfortable. Looks like we got 60 people in here, 38 likes. We can make that match here relatively soon. I appreciate you all being here very much. Very, very much. First thing I want to do is address yesterday's show. I want to once again thank my amazing producer, Doodlebug, for making that happen. She did almost all of the footwork on that scenario to get Miss Kimberly in here to give her interview to us. in regards to the Durante Martin case, and I'm glad that we were able to do that to get that out. Um, so that was very important to me. So thank you, Doodle, and everybody that was part of that. God bless. I appreciate you very much, and everybody for supporting that. It was an important thing that we needed to get done, and there's more of those coming. So once again, thank you very much. Next, let's move into who we got joining us today, because I really do appreciate all you awesome people for gracing us with your amazing presence. It looks like Butterfly 71's back in the house. SRB, welcome to Good to See You. Wisdom Speaks. Walt Harris, what's happening? QRPB, I'm sorry. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Miss Kimber, hello. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Leslie and Billy, thank you for being here. Evie Marie, welcome back to you. Raquel, Raquel, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Miss Barbara Hall, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Come on now. Let's get up here. Scroll for me. Miss Salty's in the house. Another one of my producers. She's so very awesome. In fact, she actually is the one that helped to produce what we're talking about today. So thank you, Salty, very much for everything you do. God bless. I appreciate you very much. And welcome. Good to have you here. There's my Doodle Bug. Speaking of which, good to have you here, Doodle. Good to see you. Thank you for being here and doing what you do. I appreciate you very much. Virginia Wolf, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you, sir. Come on up. Ace's mama's in the house. Welcome back to you, Peggy Sue. Good to see you. Lurker, hello. Don F, welcome to you. Great to see you again. Ro, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Again, Walt, my number one troll, my own personal troll. It's great to see you, Walt. So go ahead and get your food off the grill, my friend. Karma Police, great to have you here. Great to see everybody. Better behave, because you know what happens when they're around. Don F. I think I got everybody. Wait a minute. Alicia J, there you are. Good to see you. Brandy B, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you very much. Moving on down. Miss Noni McPoppins, great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate you very much. Albariqua, welcome back to you. I'm always moving like that, Leslie. I'm sorry. It's the ADHD, constantly bouncing. Thank you for reminding me I'm doing it so I can stop it or try to stop it. Green Eyed PI, welcome back. Great to see you today. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Come on, everybody. Grab a seat, grab a chair, get comfortable, if you will. Sam, welcome back to you, ma'am. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing wonderful. Thank you so very much, Leslie. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you for that super chat. There you go. I love you and Mons and Chad, and we all love you too, Miss Leslie, so very much. Thank you for that very, very much. Okay. Let's see here. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. I'll give everybody just a few minutes to get in here. That way I don't have to go back and start it from the beginning. Again, thank you very much for that, Miss Leslie. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Miss Wisdom. Gifted a membership. That is awesome. It goes out to Karma Police. Thank you, Karma, for that. Cherry or Wisdom. Sorry about that. And congrats, Karma Police, and welcome to the sauce. Another meatball in the house. Appreciate that very much. Welcome, Doc Holiday. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Always me, 1969. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Again, thank you for that, Miss Sherry. I appreciate that very much. Congrats. Who was that again? The Karma Police. Congrats to you, and welcome to the sauce. Again, if anybody's interested in joining the True Crime Cafe and you have an iPhone and you struggle with those links, Miss SRB here has thrown this together, and we put this up all the time for iPhone users. Just click that link there. It'll take you right into what you have to do, and you'll be good to go. good to go, and that'll put you in where you need to be. Michael 007, great to see you. Great to have you here. I don't think I don't think I missed anybody. I hope I didn't. Yeah, very, very good point, SRB. Very good point. That's not the only reason I wouldn't buy them, period, because they're caca. I don't like them. I don't like them. But that's just me, you know. Again, guys, today, for those of you that are just jumping in, we got 81 peeps in here with 53 likes. Guys, please make sure you're hitting that like button so that we can put this in the algorithm and make the YouTube people happy. Miss Kimber, oh my goodness, great. I thought I said hello to you, but I'm sorry. Hello, 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 Miss Kimber. It's great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I'm grateful to have you here. Yes, Michael Duty's in here. She's up. She's in here. I saw her earlier, a little bit ago. She was in here. I'm not sure, Pegasus. Oh, speaking of which, thank you. Mocha, welcome. First thing I want to do, you guys. Groot, there you are. I didn't see you till just now. Thank you for jumping in here. I don't know, the way this chat rolls, it's so weird. There could be people in here from the very beginning and they only show them when they want me to. Oh, I know, Kimber. I thought I did. Make me think I'm crazy. I'm already crazy enough. It's all good. It's all in good fun. So the first thing I need to do, and I want to do, is I need to address the show we had the day before yesterday. It was a disaster, okay? And I'm very highly disappointed. Very highly disappointed. And I'm not going to sit on this for very long. I'm going to address it and be done with it, okay? I'm upset. I was upset. I actually physically had a panic attack after that show because of the way everything went down. It was a mess, okay? And that's nobody's fault, specifically. So the first thing I need to do is throw my apologies out, okay, to anybody that could have been upset or offended by anything that was talked about that day. That conversation never should have happened. Never. Okay. It was in reference to something that was related to something completely different, and I was disgusted by it. It was not related to what we were even talking about, and something was brought up by somebody else. Okay. I'm not saying anybody's names. I'm not trying to shame anybody. And it did not relate to the topic we had and that we were on. And I was disgusted by it. There's no excuse ever for somebody that will hurt children in any way, shape, or form. Just telling you. No excuse. None. And it's never okay to blame somebody that is that goes through this for any reason whatsoever. And I have to say, I absolutely disagree with what was said. I've seen it talked about, and I've heard other people claim it before, but I don't care. And if anybody doesn't like this, then this is not where you should be, because I don't support that kind of stuff. I won't. Ever. It upset a few people pretty bad, and I know why. And I don't blame them. I've already reached out to a specific person that and give my apologies to that person, and we're good. But it should have never happened for that person to have to do what they did. Anybody else that could have gotten upset, my deepest apologies. That should have never happened. I did not know that conversation was going to play out the way it did, or I would have never allowed for it to. And as everybody that was in here that day knows, I couldn't get a word in edgewise. So I didn't get a chance to really come in. And when I did, I was trying to explain, I've heard what you're talking about. I know what it is, but it doesn't relate to this. This is not the place nor the time to talk about this. And I don't agree with it. Those were my words. So that's how I feel about that at this point still. Again, I'm not trying to shame anybody. People have the right to their own thoughts and opinions about things, but it did not relate, nor does relate to anything that we were talking about still at this point. It still doesn't. So it should have, in my opinion, just never been brought up. Okay. There's no excuses for anything like that to ever happen. Even if it's the way somebody perceives it, no, it's wrong. Doesn't work. It doesn't make a difference to me. Um, you guys all know how passionate I am about a lot of these things, and that's one thing I'm very passionate about. There's no excuse for any of that ever in any way, shape, or form. Anyone that wants to hurt a child in it at all in any fashion is disgusting, and they need to be removed from the planet, in my opinion. Okay, that's just my opinion. But there's never an excuse to give for what they do, so I can't. So I want to just say, anybody that may have been offended, upset, I'm sorry. This is my platform. Um, and there's no excuse for any of that. And I take full accountability for allowing it. It hurts me because it's something I have a very deep passion about and advocate against 1,000,000%. So, from the deepest depths of my soul, I apologize to anyone that may have been offended by that conversation. I'm sorry that these people feel the way they do. I can't. I don't. Here's the thing. I don't care what people's feelings are towards something or experiences are. If you've had an experience at a young age with an adult and ended up in some form of a relationship, that's your business. That doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't make it right. And I don't care to hear for it, because when I hear about it, I'm going to make a judgment based on it because of what I feel about that scenario. Okay? So understand, we don't play that game over here. We don't do that kind of thing over here. We don't condone that kind of thing over here, and it's not going to happen. There's not going to ever be made excuses for it in here. And if I catch it being done, I'm not even going to blink. You're fucking gone. Understand that. And you'll never come back in here. Please get that. Excuse my language, but I want you to know how serious I am. It'll never happen. So my deepest apologies to anybody that was offended or upset by the conversation. Okay. And again, my promise is that it won't happen again. Ever. And again, I made my apology. There was another person that went, he got upset. I don't blame him at all. He has my apology. And he understood the situation. You know, it's like I said, it threw me into a full blown panic attack because I couldn't handle chat and this and that all at one time. I didn't know what the hell was going on. And I didn't get to see a lot of stuff until after the fact. So please don't think I was ignoring anybody or I was disregarding anybody. It was a lot, and it was not something I was prepared to handle. So, but I personally take full accountability. This is my channel, nobody else's. So it's my fault. Period. And I will always be that person. End of story. That's where that's at. And if anybody has any problems with it, this is not where you need to be. And I can say that in the nicest way possible. Because if I have to say it again in any other way, then it won't be that nice. That's all I mean. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. So moving forward, we're beyond that now, completely. And I appreciate each and every one of you. I love you guys to death. I thank you for hearing me out on that. and I appreciate you understanding, because as you always do, whenever there's a mishap that happens over here, you guys are amazing, and it's an amazing community. I love you guys to death. So, um, as we move forward today, like I said, this is another touchy subject, folks, and I'm going to give you guys a trigger warning up front. This case has been horrid, 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 horrid. One of the worst cases I've ever covered, but it needs seen and heard and known that this goes on. This monster that we're going to be listening to, Stearns, has done some horrific things they'll ever be excused, and I just don't understand anybody that could. But this will explain and give some insight into what was going on in the home, the living arrangements, things with Jen, so on and so forth. So we know who he is and what's going on. And it's all part of the case. And I wanted to bring it to you guys to let you have it and hear it. So again, thank you guys. 106 people in here. We got 72 likes. We're almost there. Please, let's get this in the algorithm so everybody can hear about it. So thank you guys again for joining me. Cotton Candy, welcome back. Great to see you. Sony, great to have you here. Tina B, thank you for joining us. As always, much appreciated. Michael, I seen you there. Miss Kells, thank you for joining us. There's Kimberly. Kimber, sorry. Thank you, Sam. I do appreciate that very much. Dark versus Light, welcome. Good to see you. Wonderful to see the new faces and names in here. I greatly appreciate you for joining us. Gene Anderson, welcome back. Great to see you. Thank you for being here today. Always me, 1969. I think I already said it, but thank you for being here. AG, welcome back to you. Patrick MIH, welcome. Great to have you here. Candy Kisses, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. That goes for all of you that are new in here. Please, guys, anybody that's new, if you see them, please welcome them with open arms as we do. Thank you very much, Michael. I greatly appreciate you understanding and recognizing that and being here too. Very much so, sir. Amen, butterfly. For any reason. Miss Lisa Vallejo, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Let me see here. All right. Welcome. I call bullshit. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Looks like we got 109 people, 74 likes. Come on, guys. We can make this happen. Miss Salty says, please understand there are so many disturbing things in the Soto case, but please be warned if it gets to be too much. And this is the important thing I want everybody to understand. Please protect yourselves, just like she says, and step away. I'm throwing a trigger warning up on the banner there. There's a lot of things that bother me, folks, with this, okay? Not everybody can handle this kind of stuff, and that's okay. There's no shame in that. We're human beings, and we're only built for so much, guys. So, thank you, Green Knight. I appreciate that very much. So here we go. Let's see. I think we have enough people in here. If I got to go back on some things, I will. And once again, I don't think there's ever been any issues, but maybe different people think different things about this case. Please respect each other's opinions and feelings on this, guys. That's all I'm asking. Because everybody does have different thoughts about different things. I mean, I think we all pretty much think the same about this piece of garbage. So there's no qualms with that at all, by any means. There's 3 parts to this, guys. Okay. So we're going to start with, obviously, part 1 and roll through.
Case number 24-11.
All 3 of them until we get through, and then we can talk about it. Absolutely. And thank you for that. Thank you for that, Salty, that warning. And Sherry as well. Some of this stuff is very sensitive, folks. Like I said, it's not put out there in a bad form, but it's still enough that I want to just forewarn everybody, okay? That's all I'm saying. Again, for those of you that aren't familiar, this is the main suspect in the Madeline Soto case at this point. It's a very heartbreaking scenario, a very heartbreaking case. Okay, this is an audio interview between Stephen Stearns, the suspect, and law enforcement on February 27th of this year. All right. Yeah, the documents are hard to get, so thank you, Salty, for pulling that and trying. I was looking, I can't find it. Welcome, Pugopolis. Thank you for being here. Very much appreciated. Always QRPB. You're very welcome here and very appreciated to have you here. All right, fam, let's get this thing rolling. And please make sure as you're coming in to please hit that like button. And again, if anybody's not sure, listen to it in the beginning, see how it goes or how you feel. If you need to step away, do your thing. Please, please.
313.
Today's date is February 27, 2024. The time is 16 hours. We're in Kissimmee speaking with Stearns. Okay, so I know that you already spoke to the other detective, right, about everything that kind of happened today. If you can just kind of go over it with us one more time, the timeline from like when you guys woke up and took her to school and all that.
So we woke up early. The plan was that we were going to get McDonald's breakfast on the way, so we made amazingly good time.
I don't mean to interrupt you, okay? Neither of us were here yesterday, so if you can be kind of like specific about like times and stuff like that, okay?
Woke up around 7:15, somewhere around there, which is an early start for us, but we had talked about getting McDonald's breakfast beforehand, so we wanted to make good time. We did make good time. We got out the door maybe 7:30ish, 7:45ish, maybe. Got over to that area. She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there. We got to McDonald's. We're close to McDonald's. I said, "Do you still want it?" She wasn't interested in the McDonald's anymore, so we continued on. And she wanted to be dropped off a little down the ways from the school. She's got this phase that she's been into lately where she's very particular about what car she's seen getting out of in front of the school. She prefers her mom's car, but my cars are, I guess, kind of hoopties. I get it. It's an image thing. But that was sometime probably between 8:20 and 8:40ish, somewhere in there. It was along the stretch of the road that on the right side that has all the communities on it.
Mm-hmm.
Before you get to the overpass. You could see the overpass from where it was.
Mm-hmm.
So it was on that side, on that stretch of road, and that's where I dropped her off. She said she was going to go wait for her friends. She was going to go find them and hang out and wait for her friends. And I asked if that was going to be okay. She said, "Yeah, it's fine."
Now, one thing I do want to clarify, or at least put out there, I do believe, because I've listened to this, but I do believe that this interview, the story, the narrative that he has built is based off of previous experiences he's had. So it was very easy for him to build this bullshit story that he put it together for this, okay? Because he has done this before in the past. But at this point in time, it never happened. It never happened. So understand that. But I'm just telling you, that's why I believe he was so easily able to tell this story, because he had done it so many times in the past. So just a heads up for you guys to understand.
Kids get dropped off early enough as it is, so it's not totally unusual for that to happen. It's just not
Thank you, Sherry.
usually that early that I drop her off. I do school runs every once in a while for her. I said, "Okay, let her out. Have a good day. Love you. Thanks. Love you too." And I turned around and was driving away and was watching her in my rearview mirror to make sure that she was going where she was supposed to go. And she was moving in that direction, but she was rummaging around in her backpack or something. What I assumed was probably headphones or something like that, but I found out later that she forgot her phone here, so she may have been rummaging for her phone. But she was still kind of making her way towards that direction, so it looked okay. It looked like any other day. And I just continued on.
Okay. When you said you dropped her off like in the area, kind of like where exactly did you drop her off?
So if you pull down the street going towards the school. You've got that whole strip of communities on the right side there. It was in that stretch of sidewalk there. We pulled in and maybe about halfway up the street or so, and she was like, "Right here's good."
Was it like in one of the apartment complexes, the church?
Not in. It was outside one of the apartment. It was just on the sidewalk on the side of the road there, just like a tuck and roll, you know.
Okay, so like if I were to be on the road, where, like, what do you remember seeing that you dropped her off at?
I remember the overpass is up ahead. The sidewalk was on the right, row of trees. There's, I think, a median in the middle. And then there was another community maybe across from that before you get to the church. So it was like before the church.
So Town Loop Boulevard's that street that connects to the school.
Salty says, "Say what? Done this before? What do you mean? He was lying to the cops on the fly. Help me understand." Oh. The reason why I believe that he made this story up as easy as he did to them is because he would drop her off at school other times, other days, like he said, and he says it right there a few seconds ago. He says, "Like any other day," and that's why I think he was able to just put this story like that. You know what I'm saying? And it was absolutely on the fly, but it was based on his previous experiences. So there was no account. This was all, none of this ever happened that day, folks. Understand something about that. It never happened. Never happened. Like anything he said, anything she said. So see, my understanding was that he did drop her off on other occasions, Salty. That's why I'm saying that. She says he normally didn't drop her off. Because he had stated it in one of the interviews, I believe they stated that it had happened before. That's where I got that from. If I'm wrong, my apologies. I would never want to give misinformation. So I'm just basing it off of the interviews I heard. So if I'm wrong, that's my absolute apologies. That's why I said I feel like that's why that he was able to make this up so fast. Okay. But again, I could be wrong. It's very possible. I just swore I heard them talk about that in an interview where it said it was like we had done this something, or he said something about doing it before or something. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, if I am, my apologies. I'm sorry.
Is that the street that you?
Is this which one?
So that's Town Loop Boulevard, right?
Town
That's the
Loop,
one
yes.
that.
And where's the school located here?
The school's right here.
School's right there. Okay, so the school would be on the left in this case. Here's the overpass.
So you guys came from this side?
Yeah, we came from Town.
And honestly, guys, if that's true, that just shows that this guy is that good of a piece of shit. Is able to do this ignorance on a regular with no hesitation. You hear how fast he's answering. So yeah, that makes it even worse. That's all I'm saying.
I think, which is Town Center. Yeah. So we made a right here and then pulled somewhere about.
So you came from Town Center and turned onto Town Loop.
Yeah. Where's the church? Is this the church here?
There is. Yep, so, that's the church.
Okay. So we weren't up to the church yet. So we were pulled onto here, and then we pulled maybe about halfway up here, and I dropped her off somewhere in this area here.
And she walked from there to the school?
Yeah.
It's a pretty long way.
It's maybe a block or so, but it's not out of the ordinary for her. She likes to do that sometimes. She likes the cold weather. She was wearing her hoodie. She likes the cold walk.
So you dropped her off near Lilac? Does that sound right?
Yeah, it wasn't at a cross street. It was just a bit of the sidewalk there.
That's what I had thought, AG. And like I said, if I was wrong, it's no big thing. I'm okay with that. But that's what I was basing that off of. So regardless, the fact that he can come up with these lies this fast, this easy, without hesitation, just states that this guy is garbage, pure and unadulterated garbage. So welcome, MI. Good to see you.
So did you merge into the sidewalk, or did you stop in the middle of the street, or?
I just pulled over to the sidewalk there. Let her hop out.
How often do you drop her off?
This might be the 5th or 6th time I've ever done it.
Yeah, Salty knows because she looked into this deep. So he's so confused about the map, and you can hear his voice. Not really. He's acting. He didn't drop her off. Normally, Grandma usually did. Maddie had been staying with her grandma that week, right? That I do remember being. Yes. Okay. Thank you again, Salty, as always. Very good stuff. This guy's voice just makes me want to vomit.
Okay. And when you drop her off, where do you normally drop her off at?
Normally down the street from the school. She requests that a lot.
Like the same area or somewhere else?
Especially if it's sometimes in the church parking lot, sometimes just wherever she tells us to let her out. As long as it's close, you know.
So it's halfway between Town Loop and Town Center and the church?
Yeah, it's just in this stretch right here. Like we got about maybe halfway up and it was there.
The McDonald's that you guys were going to stop at, did you pull into the plaza at any point?
No, she 86 the idea before we even got there.
What do you mean by 86?
Poo-pooed the idea, didn't want it anymore.
Okay.
Wasn't in the mood anymore.
At any point while you were driving to the school, did you make a U-turn?
Yeah, I tried to sell her on McDonald's one more time because I was still kind of hungry, but at that point she was also just wanting to get to school.
Okay.
So
Where
we turned right back around.
Where did you make that U-turn at?
Actually, the school not the school parking lot, the church parking lot. I pulled into that, turned around and pulled back out. Did a UE there and went back to the McDonald's, and she still wasn't having it, and that's when we came back. See, the McDonald's is on the same town loop or town center. It connects to the same road that the
school's on?
Yeah, so it's like a straight shot.
So you guys came from, just so I can kind of get a good visualization, Town Center, and where did you come from, Town Center?
Town center. So where's the McDonald's? I'm so bad at reading these. I'm sorry. So we
This
came.
is all Town Center.
So we came across on Town Loop, I believe. Is that the school is that the road that the school is on?
No, this is Town Center. So
Okay.
you said you were on Town Center, and then you made a right on Town Loop, which is the one that takes you to the school.
Yes, correct.
Right.
I think you passed it.
But what I'm saying is before Town Loop, or I'm sorry, for Town Center, what street did you take?
I'm so sorry. I'm bad with the streets around here.
How do you usually get to the school?
I just take John.
And there it is, right out of the gate. Well, so that goes back against what I said the beginning of the conversation. He sounds very sure of himself, but like it says, he appears to be lost and confused. So he has no idea what he's talking about because this never happened. Okay. Never happened. So now he's making excuses as I'm so sorry. The streets around here, but you've been there for how long, dude? So that's bullshit. Sorry to say, you're full of shit.
John Young, and then wait till I see the McDonald's and make a left there, and then follow that.
Thank you, Brandy.
Goes straight into the road that the school is on. Just use the landmarks, and I don't memorize the street names.
Yes, he is.
Is that JYP?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is JYP.
I mean, at the McDonald's, you turn right?
And then you said you made a left at the McDonald's? So that's Jung Young Parkway, you're going north on Jung Young.
McDonald's, and then go around, and then that shoots straight into the road that she's on.
Okay. Because that's...
I believe that's the correct road.
Yeah, well, that's the fastest way to get there. But you told me you came from Town Center and Town Loop.
I'm sorry, I don't know the street names.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm doing my best.
That's okay. So now that we know that you came from Jung Young Parkway and you made a left on Town Loop, so you passed the McDonald's.
Yeah, that was when she said no to McDonald's the first time.
Okay.
Doc, I gotta say, first of all, welcome if I didn't tell you, but I gotta say, I don't think that she is. I definitely don't think she is. To do the things he's done in the comfort zone that he had with it, no, not at all. I can believe that there probably were more. I pray to God there's not, but there probably are, unfortunately. So, very good point.
So you guys keep on going on Town Loop.
Yeah. But at that point, we still have a lot of time to kill.
Welcome, Jen.
So what did you guys do?
Drove towards the school, made a U-turn, came back, tried to do the McDonald's thing again. She didn't want it.
So
I
where did you do the U-turn at?
It probably was right by the church because it was still way too early for school. So it was on that stretch of road. I mean, they had the meeting there in the separation, so that left turn where the church is, make a U-turn there.
All right, folks. Sorry, my son just walked in the door. Let's get this one fixed up. Sorry. Hold on. One moment. Sorry about that. Gotta shrink this down. Doesn't want to cooperate. Here we go. There we go. Okay, moving on. Moving on to part 2.
So it was on that stretch of road.
All right.
I mean, they had the meeting there in the separation, so that left turn where the church is, you can make a U-turn.
Okay, for those of you, this is part 2. What's up, Clue? Good to see you. Enid Melendez, thank you for joining us. Debbie Clark, Truth Seeker. Alicia J. Ruby Slippers. Agent Green, welcome to all of you for jumping in. This is, for those of you that, and Jen Rebel, I didn't get to say hi to you formally. Hello. These are the law enforcement interviews with Stephen Stearns, the piece of garbage suspect involved in the Madeline Soto case. This is part 2 of 3 of the interview. And like I said, once we're done with these, we're going to talk about this. And like I said, this gives some insight into what was going on in the household, so on and so forth. So thank you for joining us. Please hit that like button as you come through the door. I appreciate that very much.
And then after you dropped her off, what did you do?
Stayed, talked to her for a minute. Made sure, is it all right that you're going early? Because it was still early.
Mm-hmm.
She said, yeah, it's fine. I'm going to hang out, wait for my friends to get there, which she does sometimes. So it didn't sound, outrageous or anything. That was it. Told her to have a good day. I loved her. She told me she loved me too. I turned around to leave, and I was watching her in my rearview mirror. And she looked like she was walking in the right direction. She was rummaging in her bag a little bit, like I said, but still sort of just shambling in the right direction while she was doing it. So it looked normal. It looked okay.
Okay, and then what did you do after you left the area?
I left to go to the local vape shop because I needed some more vape juice. They weren't quite open yet, so I ended up going back home. Waited about an hour or so, and then went back and checked the vape shop again. It was open, so I got what I needed there, and came back.
Do you remember what time you came home?
The first time was probably right around 10, close to it. And then I waited here and went back to the vape shop, probably finished at the vape shop and came back home again a little after 11.
Okay. You said the first time that you hung out was a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Was there when you got here at
Yes.
10? Okay.
I think so. She might have been at her blood appointment. Let me double check. I know she had a blood appointment at some point during the day.
It's okay. We don't have to ask her right now.
Sorry, everything's a blur.
So she might have been here. She might have not have been here
I
at the first time.
believe she was here because she was sleeping in as much as she possibly could because she's been messed up with her work schedule. So she had to be here because she didn't want to sleep in.
Okay.
I'll double check, but yeah, I believe she was here.
And then what time did you say you left again to the smoke shop?
Maybe after an hour or so, maybe 11 or so.
Okay. And then what time did you get to the smoke shop?
It's maybe 10 minutes away, so not long after that. Stopped in, got some juice, and
What's the name of the smoke shop?
Eastman Broadway.
Okay.
It's just over off of John Young. It's not far from the school.
And then after the smoke shop, what did you do? Okay, for how long?
At least until maybe 12:30, 12:45ish, something like that.
And then what'd you do after that?
I had a couple errands to run over on 192. She was talking about making a BJ shopping list. She just wanted to make sure I was back in time for us to both go pick up. So I was visiting some card shops around the area on 192. I'm kind of a nerd, so we had a new trading card game release, and I was seeing what the situation was with it.
Do you remember what places you visited?
Yeah, Coliseum of Comics. Stopped by a couple Targets, and I was going to go to House Rules Games down by Oak and 192, but I didn't make it that far. I got a flat tire on the way.
Do you remember where you got your flat tire?
It was on 192. I pulled into one of those plazas somewhere. It's been about 10 years since I switched up.
I'm muted. Sorry, guys. Sorry. So, just so you know, the flat tire was when he was actually dumping her, where he put her, sadly. Hi, Victoria. Tracy again, welcome. Throw glitter, welcome. So, again, and like Moose just said, God came in clutch with that flat tire because otherwise we may have never found her. But we did, thank God. So, that was just a lie. Another lie. This whole entire conversation is a lie because this never happened. This is the narrative he was trying to build for this story. Thank God he didn't get away with it. Is all I can say.
I made a lot of rookie mistakes and ended up pinning my thumb between the frame and the jack. Yeah, I'm lucky it's not a lot worse than it could have been.
Do you remember the name of the plaza by any chance? Do you remember like what stores were in this
plaza? It was like right before you got to Oak though, so it was one of those little strips.
Okay. And then
but I did not make it back in time because of that. I thankfully had the spare. I put that on and tried to get back in time, but caught every red light on the way. She ended up leaving to pick up Maddie without me. I was about 10 minutes late on that. So I called her and let her know what happened. I apologized profusely because I promised I'd be there with her to go pick her up. Just sat and waited. After that, she had already gone to get her, so I just sat and waited and hung out, straightened up the house a little bit. That was it. Then we got the call.
What do you mean you got the call?
Got the call from her that had not come out. So we started getting worried. Started making the calls to her family. Be on the lookout. She might be walking to you. That's just when everything sort of started going downhill.
I want. Was it?
Did you check on the map the southbound? The Greenville? I'm not sure where Greenville is. I noticed, I'm sorry, that she forgot her phone, right? Is it normal for her to not have her phone?
Unfortunately, she's severely ADHD, as am I and her mother.
Mm-hmm.
So it is not uncommon at all, and in fact, very, very usual thing for her to forget things. She'd forget her head if it wasn't screwed on. We're forgetful about, writing her about that. We'll remind her, and then it will leave our mind, and she'll say okay, and then it will leave her mind.
And is she on medication for this stuff?
Normally, yes. She's been staying with her grandparents a lot this week while her mom was working. So.
And I'm glad to hear that she had been staying with her grandparents, because that tells me that at least she got a break from his sick bullshit for a little while before she left us, folks. Because, oh my God, it's so hard to talk about this. Anyway, I'm glad. Hey, Andy, good to see you. Anybody else that's jumped in, he is a whiny bitch. I agree completely. I can't stand his voice at all. Welcome, Paula. Thank you for joining us. Please excuse my language throughout this, guys. I can't stand this piece of garbage. So it's rough to hear this. So that's all I'm saying. And so this is going to be important, guys. Please pay attention to this, because he's starting to explain the living arrangements that they have. Okay. This is very important to understand.
She's not getting her meds a whole lot.
Okay.
So she was really spacey.
Where's mom working at? What changed in her hours that she needs all this sleep?
She's training, so it's not a set schedule yet.
Okay.
It's just early this day, late closing training this
So
day.
different hours. Yeah, no, that takes a toll.
So I came up here. She needed help. I split my time between the two places. I needed a visit. We all needed to be a little happier together. So.
This is a green thing. Jelly bean. Just tell me.
And where's the McDonald's?
Right.
So that doesn't make sense.
It makes sense, Moose.
Because the school's up here?
Am I messing up the streets again?
Yeah, town loop. This one's town center, but town loop.
We're just trying to figure out your direction of travel, right?
I'm so sorry. I'm so bad with that area over there, Hunters Creek.
You said you made a U-turn at the church to go see if she wanted McDonald's again, correct?
Yes.
Did you go anywhere else? Because I know you said you had time to kill.
Yeah.
Did you guys go anywhere else?
No, we didn't go anywhere else.
Is there a
See, my understanding now, what I'm gathering is that they've caught him. They know he's lying throughout this whole thing, okay? And they're pulling it out basically because he's lied. And they've caught him up multiple times. He can't he doesn't know what he's doing with this map and stuff like that. So, because it wasn't true.
reason why you would be back on John Young Parkway?
When we tried to go back to McDonald's a second time, we would have made a left over there instead and just looped around again.
What do you mean?
Just made a circle.
Made a circle how? Can you show me on the map?
So
this is the
going
McDonald's
back down
right here,
to
right?
McDonald's.
That's the McDonald's right there.
Correct. So going back down and then just straight shot back down.
You would come down this way?
I can't read that. I'm so sorry.
Yep, I'll go.
Where's the McDonald's?
The McDonald's is right here. This is town loop. So this is John Young Parkway.
John
You guys are
Young,
coming
okay,
up John
this
Young.
is McDonald's.
Yep.
And the school's on this corner.
Correct. Somewhere over here. So we come back out here, there, and then we can take a straight shot back down to the school again there.
Michael, I don't know yet. It is a possibility, but I don't know how that's going to play out. I hope it is. In this case specifically, but I don't know how that's going to play out at this point. So that's all I can say. But and honestly, and I will talk about this after we're done with these interviews.
They connect. Town Loop and Town Center connect.
Right.
So it's
So where did you make the U-turn?
the U-turn was on the street when we were going to go back to McDonald's, and we drove down to McDonald's here.
Right. So just so I don't get confused, you're going up Jungyang Parkway, right? You're going northbound.
Originally, yes.
Right. You make a left at the McDonald's.
Here, go towards the school.
Okay. How far did you get before you made the U-turn? So
we got. Is this the school right here?
Yep, that's town loop.
So we got up to here and then made a U-turn over here, past the median.
Okay.
Okay, that was part 2. We're going to move on to 3 now. Right. Thank you guys for joining us today for this. I know this is hard for a lot of you guys, as it is for me. I promise. But it gives us a little bit of everything that we need to hear. Salty, I don't know if you saw in the chat, I said to check your DM if you could, dear. Please. And thank you.
I don't think I've eaten anything since yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are worried.
When did you come back to help?
Guilt.
Pardon?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Like, because you live down south, right? When did you come back up north to help her?
I just got here this weekend.
Do you remember what day it was?
Sunday. Sunday was her birthday party, so yeah, it was the evening after her birthday party. Sunday.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got here on Sunday?
8:30ish maybe.
Okay.
Just in time to make sure that she was doing all her nighttime routines. And waiting for her mom to get home.
You live in North Pole, right?
Yeah, I split my time between the two.
Is that
places.
on Snug Street?
Snug Street,
Okay,
yeah.
that makes sense. You have a lot of Snug Street on here.
Yeah, I split my time between the two.
Is that Broward County or?
Sarasota County, I believe,
okay.
or Charlotte County, either way.
Gotcha.
It's my parents' house. They're old. They need help these days. And they got a house full of poodles, and it's chaos. So I needed to come back up here and just get away from that. Between two deaf old people yelling at each other and poodles yapping all the time, it's enough to drive anyone up a wall. I was very happy to be back here.
Did you and your wife, when you guys were looking for where did you guys look?
Me and her stayed local. It was all the rest of the family that mobilized and was beating the bushes. And
Did you guys drive together or separate?
I don't think we drove anywhere when we were looking.
You didn't drive anywhere?
Not that I recall.
Good question.
Did you guys go anywhere last night? Was that media?
Maybe. I think Fox 35 or something was coming.
Yeah.
If it is, let me tell him he needs to take it.
Okay.
I don't recall. You have to ask her if we went anywhere. I don't recall. I was so zonked out on Ativan at that point.
Okay.
I was a wreck. I don't.
And this would have been when?
I don't recall us going anywhere last night, but honestly, that point, my brain was mush, and I was on so many tranquilizers to keep me stable. It's just,
You said Ativan?
yeah.
Do you usually take that, or
Yeah, I have a prescription. I haven't needed it in a long time, though. But
what's that for?
anxiety.
Okay.
I was having these rolling panic attacks and breaking down crying, and I just.
It got lost. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Here you go. And it was the only way I could get to sleep last night. And then again this afternoon. That's why I missed your calls. I'm sorry. So took an Ativan and conked out for a few minutes. It's the only time when I'm not crying. It's okay if I just pop down real quick.
I've been wondering that myself, to be honest with you. And it makes me wonder, because we really don't know everything yet, if that was part of what could have happened. Piece of shit. I'm so ugh.
So we're trying to get just a good idea, times, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm so sorry. I'm giving my best recollections. I'm not a morning person as it is. So a lot of the times are best guess.
but we know that you go up Jungyoung
Great
Parkway.
point, Salty.
That's the road you usually take to take her. And then you make a left at that McDonald's, right? Which is the town loop.
You can make a left to get there either at the McDonald's or at Town Center itself. They both.
Remember him talking about tranquilizers, because that's something that I had when you brought that up, Salty. That's why I said, just remember that when we talk about this after.
So if you leave her at, just so you get a sense of direction, Jungyoung Parkway goes northbound and southbound. So you're going northbound into Orange County, making a left at the McDonald's, which is the town loop. You said when you did drop her off at that medium, you said it was around 8:20, 8:30-ish, somewhere around that time?
Somewhere in there, yeah. It was early, but not like outrageously early, you know?
So what would you estimate when you made a left at that McDonald's to be?
After I dropped her off?
No, I'm saying when you dropped her off.
Oh, first left by that McDonald's.
Yeah, when you first go, that first left that you make at the McDonald's.
Had to have been around maybe 8, maybe quarter after 8, sometime in there.
Okay.
Sometime between 8 and a quarter after, I think.
All right. So just so it's, you can kind of picture it here on the map. So you're going northbound. You make a left here around like 8:10, 8:15. Let's say 8:15, around there. When you get over here, you make a U-turn. You go back to the McDonald's. But you said that she still doesn't want the McDonald's.
Still doesn't want it. She was just going to eat the Danishes that I had given her.
So you're going up here now, still northbound on Jungyoung Parkway. You make a left at Town Center this time.
Town Center, then make a right onto,
and then you drop her off around like
dropped her off around halfway up the road there.
So keep in mind, all of this is still northbound.
Okay.
Right? You're still northbound on Jungyoung Parkway.
Northbound.
So why is your car seen going southbound at 8:10? I'll show you what location it is. McDonald's is over here. At 8:10, your car is seen going southbound at this intersection. So meaning going toward Kissimmee.
I had forgotten something. I had forgotten my gate clicker. I'm sorry. I forgot. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left because I forgot my gate clicker. I actually had to go through the front gate and use my parking pass to grab my clicker. So it was the wrong time. I'm sorry. Like I said, I was guesstimating these times. I'm not a morning person.
Okay.
So yes, we'd gone out.
How far did you get before you came back down? When you realized you forgot your clicker?
Nearly all the way to the school. And then we turned around. We had plenty of time to kill, so it was time to go back. I rushed back, got the clicker, and that's when I came back here this way.
So you guys clicker.
Correct.
So when we look at the cameras in the front, it's going to show you coming back in
Correct.
here with her in the car.
Yes, with her in the passenger seat.
Okay.
Yes.
I know it sounds like we're asking you stupid questions, okay? We just want to verify
okay.
the times.
I'm sorry I'm not being more help. I'm not a morning person. I was half asleep as it was. I'm trying.
The clickers to get where?
Into our neighborhood.
Okay. And you forgot the clicker where?
I had forgotten the clicker here.
So how did you get in?
I was able to use my parking sticker for them to scan to let me through.
Okay. So could you not have done that after you dropped her off?
I could have, but I also like to come back in from the back gate a lot of the times, and I didn't know if I would be back right away. And sometimes they're busy up front, so it's better not to wait in the line.
What time is security usually there at the front gate?
They were there when I came through. He scanned my ticket.
So would it have not just made more sense to drop her off and come back since security's already there?
I don't know if it made more sense. It's just what I did.
Okay.
So here's where the lies start to unfold. They've been onto him, obviously. He's so full of shit. It's ridiculous. We're moving into part 4 now. God, I can't stand this guy.
Okay.
There's a special seat in hell for this piece of shit. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay.
They were there when I came through. He scanned my ticket.
Hey, Brian.
So would it have not just made more sense to drop her off and come back since security's already there?
I don't know if it made more sense. It's just what I did.
Okay.
There you go. Oh, thank you.
Anything else that we haven't asked that you feels important? Maybe that might help us out.
I'm sorry. I'm having trouble recollecting everything.
I'm going to step away for a second.
He's over apologized. I don't know how many times. He's claimed I don't know how many times he's not a morning person. All of the excuses he can think of to be wrong, to explain the bullshit that he's talked about on here, to not being able to answer simple questions, to describing the layout of the area that he's been driving through. So, you know, it's because he's lying.
Anything that you remember maybe she might have told you?
She didn't mention anything in particular. I made a joke about her Crocs. She wears Crocs and socks. So we were joking about that.
Thank you, Brian.
Would she say she's usually like a happy, go lucky girl?
Very happy. She brings a lot of joy. She's a very good girl. It definitely doesn't feel the same around here if she's not here. She was so happy too. She was looking forward to my visit here. She was looking forward to us all being together. She was just happy. She was just very happy.
Oh, wow.
I loved her like she was my own.
And is she the only child, or does she have siblings?
She is the only child, yes.
Do you have any kids with anyone else, or
no?
So she's kind of
is what we call me.
So you'd say you guys have a pretty good relationship.
Yeah, definitely a very strong bond.
Just
but I'm the person she goes to when her mom gets in a fight with her and she needs someone to comfort her, and like I'm that person for her.
How's her relationship with mom?
Good most of the time.
Exactly, Heather. He referred to her in past tense the whole time. Completely the whole time, and it's disgusting. His visit, yeah, Clue. He came, he spent his time. I know you didn't come in right in the beginning. He split his time between his parents' house and Jen's house, and this was him coming back to visit, quote unquote, as he stated from before. So yeah, I bet the tactic worked well when she was younger. It is common tactic used, and I think that could be part of what may have went on. She was 13 now and over this bullshit, and God bless her. Maybe she tried to defend herself finally.
You read not long ago, so she's getting PMS mood swings, and when her mom gets them too, they butt heads, and so as well as you can expect, but otherwise very loving, very loving. Yeah. This girl knows nothing but love here in this house. She hardly ever hears the word no. Double-edged sword that is.
How is she in school?
So. She's so.
No, I didn't hear this one at all. Never heard this one. I didn't even have it. I didn't know I had it. So this part of it, no, I didn't. Sorry. That was just unreal. God.
Like grade-wise,
she's doing a lot better though. Apparently, she just made student of the week.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so we're very proud of her. She's doing singing, choir, and she's sounding just amazing. She sang for me last night, and I immediately wanted to show her the movie Sister Act because of the choir singing. It was so pretty. It reminded me. Told her I was very proud of her.
Does she have does she like video games, anything like that?
She does like video games, yeah. She plays Roblox, Minecraft. I think those are the two big ones that I know of.
You don't know her to like ever have any friends on there that she talks to, anything
She
like
does.
That?
She does group chats. She does like voice chatting too on it. Usually with like her cousins or her friends, and they'll all be playing Roblox or something, yelling at each other on the phone.
Welcome, Mom. Thank you for joining us.
When's the last time you all lived together?
December.
And you said the reason was for your parents down there?
Yeah, going down to help them because they're getting on in age and they're making their end of life plans and they need someone to help out.
Can you unlock this one more time, please?
Sure.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry, are you guys done?
No, we're good.
The other detective mentioned that you did not have your phone yesterday.
Correct.
Tell me about that.
I left my phone at home in the morning too. I was so busy riding Herd over to get us out the door on time that I left my phone. She left her phone. Okay. We both left our phones.
Did you have your phone when you went to the smoke shop?
Not the first time after I dropped her off. I was still without it. I got my phone and went back to the smoke shop. Later when I got home.
And then I also noticed, I was checking your call history. I noticed that you don't have anything before this morning. Is that unusual on your phone?
No, it's a new phone. Stupid. I went to do an update yesterday morning. and I don't know what the fuck. Pardon me. I don't know what the heck I did, but somehow during the massive OS update, I managed to factory reset my phone and lose all of my contacts, all my information.
Mm-hmm. What time was that? Do you remember?
Oh, sometime while I was hanging out with her, I looked at her and said, "What did I just do?"
Okay.
She might know better. I don't know what time it was. It was when I was here with.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. Do you,
I don't
Louis?
know where my head was yesterday. It was so far up my backside.
That's okay. We understand. In the meantime, while we're waiting for all this to get sorted out, I am going to hold on to your phone, okay? I'll give it back to you when we're done. Okay? Do you have any questions for us?
How long are you gonna need my phone?
I'm not sure. I'm waiting for my supervisor to call me.
My dad. It's just my dad's using that to get a hold of me and get updates.
They can call Jen's phone.
Okay.
Did the other detective give you his business card?
I believe so.
Okay, well, here's mine in case you want it for any reason.
Okay.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you swear that everything you told us is true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. I know it's a little hectic right now. And then I know you were about to head somewhere. If you can just hang tight and refrain from going back in your car, please.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I was actually going to move it over a spot.
No, just leave it here. It's fine. Thank you.
So yeah, you heard him. How long are you gonna need my phone for? Because he knew he was caught. He knew he was caught, and that was that. So very, very sick piece of shit. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Blows my mind. Hold on, guys. Let me get this out of here. Here we go. Thank you again, Salty, for putting that together. And that's what they said too, is they can call Jen's phone. They knew that was it. That was the end of it right there. They were done. They knew that they had him. I think he knew too, to be honest with you. That's why I think he said, "How long are you gonna need my phone for?" They didn't want him going nowhere. Because he wasn't going nowhere. What a piece of trash. Trash. So, moving forward. All right. 1 second here. Hold on, guys. Give me a second here. I'm going to play this as well to add to that, and then one other thing after the fact, and then we're going to get into this and talk. Some of this you just heard, you probably heard it again, but it leads into something else. So, just so you guys know.
To a little girl named Madeline Soto down in Florida, had just celebrated her 13th birthday. This picture from the prior birthday. She was murdered. She was living with her mother, Jen, and her mother's boyfriend, a man named Stearns. He's the one charged with her murder. He's charged with a whole lot more than that. He's been arrested. He's waived all his appearances in court, so we haven't really heard much from him except the television interviews that he did. WFTV got an interview with him.
I agree.
Tonight, right now, what I'm going to play for you just released audio of his police interview. And remember, at this time, in terms of context, Madeline Soto is missing. She hasn't been found murdered yet, and they haven't found all of those images on the phone of Stearns yet. Let's take a listen.
I know that you already spoke to the other detective, right, about everything that kind of happened today. If you can just kind of go over it with us one more time, the timeline from like when you guys woke up and took her to school and all that.
So we woke up early. The plan was that we were going to get McDonald's breakfast on the way, so we made an amazingly good time.
Don't mean to interrupt you, okay? Neither of us were here yesterday, so if you can be kind of like specific about like times and stuff like that, okay?
Woke up around 7:15, somewhere around there, which is an early start for us, but shoot.
Guys, please make sure to hit the like button if you are just coming in. I appreciate you very much. If we can, I appreciate that.
We talked about getting McDonald's breakfast beforehand, so we want to make good time. We did make good time. We got out the door maybe 7:30, 7:45-ish maybe. Got over to that area. She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there. We got to McDonald's. We're close to McDonald's. I said, "You still want it?" She wasn't interested in McDonald's anymore, so we continued on. And she wanted to be dropped off a little down the ways from the school. She's got this phase that she's been into lately where she's very particular about what car she's seen getting out of from the school.
Thank you, Sarah.
My cars are, I guess, kind of empties. I get it. It's an image thing. But that was sometime probably between 8:20 and 8:40-ish, somewhere in there. It was along the stretch of the road that on the right side that has all the communities on it. Mm-hmm. Before you get to the overpass, you can see the overpass from where it was. Mm-hmm. So it was on that side, on that stretch of road, and that's where I dropped her off. And she said she was going to go wait for her friends. She was going to go find them and hang out and wait for her friends. And I asked if that was going to be okay. She said, "Yeah, it's fine. Kids get dropped off early enough as it is. It's not totally unusual for that to happen. It's just not usually that early that I drop her off. I do school runs every once in a while for her." I said, "Okay. Let her out. Have a good day. Love you. Thanks. Love you too." And I turned around and was driving away and was watching her in my rearview mirror to make sure that she was going where she wants to go. And she was moving in that direction, but she was rummaging around in her backpack or something. What I assumed was probably headphones or something like that. But I found out later that she forgot her phone here, so she may have been rummaging for her phone. But she was still kind of making her way towards that direction, so it looked okay. Looked like any other day. And I just continued on.
After you dropped her off, what did you do?
They talked to her for a minute, made sure, is it all right that you're going early? Because it was still early. Mm-hmm. She said, "Yeah, it's fine. I'm going to hang out and wait for my friends to get there," which she does sometimes, so it didn't sound outrageous or anything. And that was it. Told her to have a good day. I loved her. She told me she loved me too. I turned around to leave, and I was watching her in my rearview mirror, and she looked like she was walking in the right direction. She was rummaging in her bag a little bit, like I said, but still sort of just shambling in the right direction while she was doing it. So it looked normal. It looked okay.
Okay, and then what did you do after you left the area?
I left to go to the local vape shop because I needed some more vape juice. They weren't quite open yet, so I ended up going back home. I did about an hour or so and then went back and checked the vape shop again. It was open, so I got what I needed there and came back.
Do you remember what time you came home?
The first time was probably right around 10, close to it. And then I waited here and went back to the vape shop. Probably finished at the vape shop and came back home again a little after 11.
And then what did you do after that?
I had a couple errands to run over on 192. She was talking about making a BJ shopping list. She just wanted to make sure I was back in time for us to both go pick up. So I was visiting some card shops around the area on 192. I'm kind of a nerd, so we had a new trading card game release, and I was seeing what the situation was with it.
Do you remember what places you visited?
Yeah, Coliseum of Comics. Stopped by a couple Targets, and I was going to go to House Rules Games down by Oak and 192. I didn't make it that far. I got a flat tire on the way.
Do you remember where you got your flat tire?
It was on 192. I pulled into one of those plazas somewhere. It's been about 10 years since I switched out a tire, though, so I made a lot of rookie mistakes and ended up pinning my thumb between the frame and the jack. Yeah, I'm lucky it's not a lot worse than it could have been.
Do you remember the name of the plaza by any chance? Do you remember like what stores were?
It was like right before you got to Oak, though, so it was one of those little strips.
Okay.
I don't know, you've probably been asked already, but she's never ran away or been away for longer than a certain period of time.
No, she's very dependent on us. I don't think she'd know what to do if she did run away. She's not the type. She's a good kid.
Besides the ADHD, is she diagnosed with anything else?
Yeah, she was tested a while back and had some symptoms of autism, so she's potentially on the spectrum there.
Okay.
She was officially diagnosed with it when she was younger, and then she was retested and said, well, she shows symptoms of being on the spectrum, but maybe not full-on autistic.
When did you come back to help? Pardon?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Like, because you live down south, right? When did you come back up north to help her?
I just got here this weekend.
Do you remember what day it was?
Sunday. Sunday was her birthday party, so yeah, it was the evening after her birthday party. Sunday.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got here on Sunday?
8:30ish, maybe.
Okay.
Just in time to make sure that she was doing all her nighttime routines. I'm waiting for her mom to get home.
Did you guys go anywhere last night? Was that media?
Maybe, I think Fox 35 or something.
Let me, if it is, let me tell him to take it.
I don't recall. You have to ask her if we went anywhere. I don't recall. I was so zonked out on Ativan at that point. Because I was a wreck. I don't.
And this would have been when?
I don't recall.
I hope there's no comments being deleted because that's not something I approved of. This situation, any comments allowed about him, okay? Everybody has the right to their opinions in here. I've said that already. So please do not delete comments. Unless I ask you to, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, Brian. I appreciate that very much. I can't see who got it, but whoever did, congrats. If you're new, welcome to the sauce. If not, welcome back. But yeah, let's hey Leo, welcome back. Good to see you. Please, let's not delete any comments, guys, at all. Everything that's said about this piece of garbage is well deserved. I'll say that much. Now, YouTube may delete certain things because of certain words, guys, because I found out that happened. So maybe the words that you're using, just watch. That's all. You can say it any way you can't. Just, I don't even know what words would be in there because there's a whole list of them, but I'll have to go back in there and check that. That could be what may have happened. So I don't know. It's weird. But say what you got to say about this, guys. Especially about this piece of garbage. Say what you got to say, please. Voice it. I'm all about it.
I wasn't going anywhere last night, but honestly, at that point, my brain was mush, and I was on so many tranquilizers to keep me stable. I was just...
You said Ativan?
Yeah.
You make a U-turn, you go back to the McDonald's, but you said that she still doesn't want the McDonald's.
Still doesn't want it. She was just going to eat the Danishes that I had given her.
So you're going up here now, still northbound on Jongyang Parkway. You make a left at Town Center this time.
Town Center, then make a right onto, yes.
And then you drop her off around like...
Dropped her off around halfway up the road there.
So keep in mind, all of this is still northbound.
Okay.
Right? You're still northbound on Jongyang Parkway.
Okay.
So why is your car seen going southbound at 8:10? I'll show you what location it is. McDonald's is over here. At 8:10, your car is seen going southbound at this intersection. So meaning going toward Kissimmee.
I had forgotten something. I had forgotten my gate clicker. I'm sorry. I forgot. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left because I forgot my gate clicker. I actually had to go through the front gate and use my parking pass to grab my clicker. So it was the wrong time. I'm sorry. Like I said, I was guesstimating these times. I'm not a morning person.
I don't think I have any other questions. Do you?
I don't know where my head was yesterday. It was so far up my backside.
That's okay. We understand. In the meantime, while we're waiting for all this to get sorted out, I'm going to hold on to your phone, okay? I'll give it back to you when we're done. Okay? Do you have any questions for us?
How long are you going to need my phone?
I'm not sure. I'm waiting for my supervisor to call me.
My dad. That's just my dad's using that to get a hold of me and get updates.
They can call Jen's phone.
Okay.
Did the other detective give you his business card?
I believe so.
Okay, well, here's mine in case you want it for any reason.
Okay.
Okay? Do you swear that everything you told us is true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. I know it's a little hectic right now.
There's a lot in there. There's a lot. Let's get to some of it, but I need some help. Let's bring in our special guest. Joining us in Orlando, Florida, WFTV investigative reporter Shannon Butler. Also with us, editor of the Osceola News-Gazette, Ken Jackson, and board-certified forensic psychiatrist, trial expert, witness, and columnist, Dr. Carol Lieberman, and finally, distinguished scholar of applied forensics, host of the extremely popular Body Bags podcast, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan. Great to see everyone. Okay. I know everyone's been listening and going through it. There's tons of papers to go through as well. A busy day. We appreciate everyone being here. Shannon, I'll begin with you. Couple of things that he's talking about in this timeline. It doesn't jive with some of the other evidence here.
No, and you could tell that the investigators already knew that during that questioning. They had already tracked his car and where it went. They knew that where he said he went, he wasn't. He wasn't at Target. He wasn't at the comic store. He wasn't any of those places. They knew because they already had trackers and license plate readers and all sorts of things that tracked his car. And they also had video of him. If you listen, he says that he had that flat tire. That's so important because remember, he got that flat tire in the same location where Madeline Soto's body was found. It wasn't in a strip mall or shopping center or anywhere where he said it was. This was also the first time that we heard about that McDonald's trip that they were going to take in the morning. That is not a story that they told us when we interviewed them. That's not a story that they told the original responding officers at the time. That was something new in that interview that he added. And you can't hear it all, but he did say, oh, she didn't want to go, so we decided not to go. And people have said to us, like, well, what kid wasn't going to want to go to McDonald's in the morning if you had all this time? The timeline doesn't make sense. The time that he left the house, he said he saw the backpack, her rummaging through her backpack. He had already thrown it in the dumpster by then. None of this story made sense, and they already knew it. And remember, this interview was done just the day after she was reported missing.
Right. It's the next day. Okay, Ken, listening to this, going through the papers, everything else, he's talking about she forgot her phone, but also talking about going on 192. Now, I sort of remember 192 when I worked with Shannon years ago, but I don't exactly remember 192. Give us a little more perspective on what he's talking about, going to some plaza on 192 versus where Madeline's body was found. And do we know anything about this vape shop?
Sure. Well, where this is all not plausible is 192 is both south of the home where they live, and also the school is quite a bit north of the home. To get to 192, you would have to go on south and back.
Thank you so much, Miss Paula. Whoever did receive that membership, congratulations. Welcome back to the sauce, Miss Paula, as well. And I very much appreciate it.
Backtrack past the home. Shannon brought up a good point about the flat tire. We know that he was stopped on Hickory Tree Road in St. Cloud, which is 25 miles east of where he said the flat tire was, in the plaza at Oak and 192. Something else that I picked out of this here is that he mentioned that when asked if Madeline would have been predisposed to run away, and he said that that she was very dependent on them. When all this started and the search started back on February 26th, 27th, they noted that one of the things that was said was that when she turned 13, she wanted to go live in the woods. Okay, that flies in the face of saying that that she's very dependent on her mom and him. So there's a lot of things here that have been that just do not jive.
Dr. Carol Lieberman, listening to this accused murderer, this accused sex offender, this accused pedophile, across the board, awful, awful accusations. What do you hear in his voice? And what did you think of his description of Madeline being like, well, she's on the spectrum, not autistic, but on the spectrum?
Well, this was, the whole 43 minutes of it was just chilling. It's interesting how he was going along thinking that the police didn't know anything, that he could just tell this story. And he told such details. And I know that that's supposed to be a red flag that someone is lying. And of course, he was lying through his teeth. But he's not the brightest bulb in the shed. And how he thought he was going to remember all those details is another thing. The fact that, yes, that she was ADHD, she had ADHD, and she was on the spectrum, but he kind of didn't want to admit that she was, he was trying to hedge on that one. But, also he talked about being on Ativan. He was so trying to make a point that he was so out of it at that time. And then he went to the vape shop too. So I was thinking whether he was trying to make a case. At that point, he still thought until there was that gotcha moment when they said, no, you weren't going north, you were going south, or vice versa. But I was wondering if he was trying to make a case for his not being fully present whenever he did what he did, whenever he killed her, allegedly.
Looking a little ahead. Joseph Scott Morgan, I have two things for you. Number one, he said he fed her Danishes. That's something that you should be able to figure out in the autopsy, is my guess. And then your reaction to the moment when they take his phone and he's like, how long are you going to have that phone? What'd you think of that moment?
Yeah, first let me confirm, Vinny, that yeah, that is something that we would be able to easily appreciate at autopsy. So that's confirmatory evidence that we can shore up as a result of the autopsy. That's pretty standard stuff. I hope that the forensic pathologist was armed with that information prior to the start of the post. Now, as in regards to his reaction, yeah, I had, you know, I was kind of thinking about this just for a moment. He sees this thing slipping away from him, and we are to continue to understand this narrative as it unfolds. This is his little library that he has. This is what he has documented, allegedly, all of these horrible deeds that have been perpetrated on this child over a period of time. It's something that he would have kept close to his side. And, you know, the idea that his dad was trying to reach him seemed a bit thin to me, actually. And you can tell that there was no other comment that was made directed at him that he reacted in this manner. And you can tell he got a little bit rattled over because he knows where this could end up.
Absolutely. All right, everyone, stay with me. We're going to walk through a lot more that was released and revealed today. Up next. We take a look at the newly released timeline put together by investigators. What does it reveal about Madeline's mom, Jen Soto? On the next.
Congrats, Michael, on 8 months. Great show, Dago, and great company. Thank you, Michael. We love having you in this community as part of this family very much, and I appreciate you, sir, more than you know.
Episode of Accomplice to Murder.
This didn't seem like a random crime.
Fair. Who killed someone else's husband?
You know, this girl knows nothing but love here in this house.
You listen to that from the interview of Stephen Stearns, knowing what the allegations are, and you listen to it in a whole different light. There are also a lot of documents released today. We're going to start going through them tonight. I want to begin by sort of putting together a little bit of a timeline of this investigation. We begin February 27th. Authorities confirm that Madeline never arrived to school. They begin this investigation. In these documents, it's revealed that Detective Hunt interviewed, it's marked off, it's blacked, it's not shown, but Jen Soto and Stephen during the initial phase of the investigation. During these interviews, Detective Hunt noticed some inconsistencies. Detective Tagler confronted Stephen about his locations during the interview, but Stephen would provide answers that did not match up to the vehicle location. Upon reviewing the security video, Detective Tagler observed Stephen's vehicle exiting the complex with the female wearing a green sweater in the front passenger seat. The female was slumped over to her left, which is an abnormal way for a person to be seated in a vehicle. Let's bring back in our guest. Shannon Butler, is this new? Did we know that they had seen her slumped on the way out as opposed to returning to the complex?
You know, I can't remember if that was officially known. We knew at the time that the sheriff had said, remember, he said, we can't really tell 100%, but we believe she was dead when she left the apartment complex. That's because of that video there where she was slumped. They believed that she looked like she was dead when he drove out of that apartment complex. So we did know that, but we didn't know exactly how she was positioned and why they came to that conclusion. They had other video too of her dumping the backpack and her laptop. So that helped a little.
Thank you for supporting the channel, Barbara, very much. We appreciate you very much, and you're very welcome for anything I can do.
Bit with trying to make that statement from the sheriff, but they were pretty sure with that video that Madeline was not alive when she left that apartment complex. He did, though, we know that has not been released yet, but I have been told they do have other video of him moving her from the front seat of that car into another location before they say he dumped her body.
Wow. Okay. Let's get back to the timeline. Still February 27th, based on surveillance video.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but there it is. They have video of him moving her before all that. So there it is. This guy was so stupid he couldn't even hide from the video cameras. Just complete idiot. I'm glad that he was that stupid, though. I'm absolutely glad that he was that stupid, because dead to rights, this man was caught with everything. He's not even a man. Piece of shit was caught for everything he did. So good.
Authorities request search warrants for the home and for Stephen Stearns' phone. Next day, while a search warrant is executed at the home, authorities begin going through Stearns' phone. Upon reviewing the contents of Stephen's phone, it was discovered several images were saved in a Google Drive. One folder that appeared to dedicated to Madeline contained over 1,700 files. A majority of these photographs, this is tough stuff, folks, and videos. Photographs and videos showed Madeline in different sexual positions. Based upon these images, Orange County detectives began to author an arrest warrant for Stephen Stearns. Ken Jackson, this was the first big moment in the investigation, and it was based upon what they found in the phone. Now we know it's photographs and videos, but 1,700 files.
Yeah, that number really doesn't shock me. When the documents from when the defense agreed to begin the discovery process, the state's attorney told them to have ready a drive with a terabyte of space. That's 1,000 gigs. That's 1 million megs. So I knew from that the amount of data was going to be large.
And you talk about large amount of data equals a large amount of abuse through the years, and he kept it all.
Well, we've said that we've heard that these that we can timestamp some of these back to 2022, when Madeline was 11.
Wow.
Hence the charges along the 60 of sexual assault on someone younger than 12. That's a span of 2 years.
Still February 28th. As the arrest warrant is being written, authorities begin to interview Jen Soto. Here we go. Jen Soto stated her and Stephen had been dating on and off for approximately 7 years. She stated while they were together, they would either all sleep in the same bed
Sorry, I was muted again. I agree with that, Salty. This is why I think he may very well have been linked to the St. Cloud pornography ring that they had busted shortly there around that period of time. I'm telling you, there's got to be some form of a link. 1,700 files, you guys. That just doesn't, it's just uncanny. I'm sorry. And I'm praying to God that he is linked to that they find it and they use it against him as well. This is just sick. God, it's sick. That's what I'm talking about. There was a ring, child pornography ring that was busted in St. Cloud, which is right next to Kissimmee. They're one and the same almost. And it's got to be linked. I swear to God, it's got to be linked. If it's not, I will be super duper surprised, you guys. I really will. Sorry to interrupt.
or would sleep with her when Stephen was not there. When asked if it was normal that Stephen and Madeline would sleep together without her being there, she said yes. Let that sink in. Jen stated if she needed a good night's sleep due to her anxiety, she would ask them to sleep in a different bedroom. You've got a mother and her boyfriend living in this home with her daughter. Mom sleeps alone and sends Stephen off with his daughter to sleep in a different bedroom? Jen did not want to believe that Madeline and Stephen were engaged in sexual activity. Well, it's not sexual activity, it's sexual abuse. Jen asked to see the image of Stephen and Madeline. I pulled out a printed picture from Stephen's Google Drive that showed Madeline, I'm sorry, folks, I have to read it, with Stephen's penis in her mouth. Jen said she didn't recognize anything in the picture, as if she was in denial, However, she became visibly upset. What's going on here, Dr. Carol Lieberman?
Yes,
With
well,
Jen.
what's going on? Well, I'm sorry?
What's going on with Jen Soto?
Yes, Jen Soto should be charged already, although I guess they want her to help more with giving more information. But clearly, you know, when it said that she thought it was normal for a teen girl to sleep with her stepfather in the same bed with her stepfather, you know, one could give her the benefit of the doubt, which I am not inclined to do, and think maybe she meant it's normal, like that's how they, like usual, you know, that's what they usually did. Of course, the pictures that you just described, you know, for her to pretend, for her to be in denial, I don't think it was denial. I mean, she might have been shocked that they had those kinds of pictures, you know, right in front of her, the evidence. But she had to know. She had to have known. And then, of course, they said that she broke down after that she had a visible upset reaction. So, you know, I don't think this was the first time that she ever imagined this idea. And of course it's horrible. I mean, let me just say that up front, that the idea to think that it is normal or it is okay for a teen girl or any age child to sleep in the same bed as one's stepfather, one's boyfriend, it is absolutely not okay.
Let's continue the timeline. Police, still February 28th, excuse themselves and start to interview Stearns on his relationship with Madeline Soto. Stefan was asleep when I entered the room. Stefan stated, always, Madeline needed human contact when going to sleep. Stefan referred to it as snuggling. I asked Stefan if he had a Google account, and he stated he did. Stefan stated he did have pictures of him and Madeline saved to that account. When I asked Stefan about all the pictures he had saved, Stefan then asked if he should be talking to a lawyer. Shortly after that, Stefan requested an attorney. Stefan was arrested for sexual battery. Joseph Scott Morgan, I don't even have a question. What is your reaction to all of this as we're learning this from Jen Soto and then Stefan about what's happening to this little angel?
He's documented every bit of this deplorable, horrible behavior along the way. And I don't want to step on Dr. Carroll's area here, but I do know this, having worked cases involving sexual predators and the deaths of children that are so.
That's exactly my point, which is why I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you. The body was found very, very close to where the Santa Claus pornography ring was busted in St. Cloud. Very close. And I'm telling you, there's got to be a link. There's got to be a link. He had to have been doing this. And I just don't know why it hasn't been brought out yet. Maybe they're just still building this case, but I'm telling you, and there's going to be more. There's going to be more charges he's going to get. Because I have a feeling, like I said in the beginning, she's not the only one. Okay. I'm just, this is so disgusting. Well, like I said, we're going to talk. We're going to talk, folks. Thank you, Salty. That's a very good point to bring up.
Associated with this, one thing's kind of fascinating about these people that perpetrate these crimes on children. They prefer certain age sets many times, and you know, a couple of those bracketed sets will run from approximately low end like 10 to 11 up to like 13 and 14, and then, and this is kind of an interesting thing to explore, they dispose of them in one way or another. Either they separate themselves from the victims or something fatal happens. And as horrible as this is with this precious child, I wonder if it had come to an end for him, because, you know, you said yourself, Vinny, that these files are voluminous. What was it you said, like 1,700?
1,700 files.
Videography as well. So once she had no more utility for him, no more utility at all, I really wonder if this is what has occurred in this particular case. And I'll give you one more if you like that. I would be very interested as to any other children that he may have had contact with that hit in this particular age range over the past. And I hope that our friends in law enforcement are looking at this. If they could take this back as far as they can. Yeah. They have
And Jen described the relationship on again, off again. So when he was away, who was he with then is the big question, right? Everyone's staying with us. When we come back, we have more of this newly released, extremely disturbing information, but now we understand.
She's a very good girl. It definitely doesn't feel the same around here if she's not here. She was so happy too. She was looking forward to my visit here. She was looking forward to us all being together. She was just happy. She was just very happy. I loved her like she was my own.
She wasn't happy. There's no way she was happy. I've got this video was found on his Google Drive. Okay, I'm going to describe it again. It's bad. A video file depicting a prepubescent female resembling Madeline, who would have been 8 years and 4 months old. Madeline is laying next to Stefan in a bed watching cartoons on the television. Stefan is asking Madeline to put his penis in her mouth for 3 seconds as he counts. Stefan states Madeline would not be able to play with a phone unless she did it. This is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about tonight. There's a lot more to get through, but I want to bring back in our guests. It's tough. Shannon, I know you're still investigating this, going through all the papers. Anything else that you think we should know tonight that you've come across, or a question that you still have?
Well, that statement you just read just then, she was 8 years old. If you look through the documents, she was just 8 years old when that happened. That's the evidence that they could find all the way back to that age. That's a lot of years of abuse that he documented on that phone. We knew some of that information on the sexual abuse was very laid out. What we're still wondering is how they finally determined that he was the one who killed Madeline Soto and filed those charges. That interview and the interview from the next day does not quite show us that yet. We're still waiting on some of those documents. That's the question. The biggest question that I get and that all of us are asking is what will happen with Jen Soto? And as early as Monday, I've had some conversations. We still don't know what police plan to do.
That is the big question in all this. Dr. Carol Lieberman, we don't have a lot of time here, so about 20 seconds or so. Why would he keep these? Why does he keep this stuff?
Because when he's not with Madeline, he can look at these pictures and videos and he can pleasure himself and go over the incident, go over what that felt like and how he felt, how, relive the experience in his mind. And so that is almost as good as her being there.
Ken Jackson, about 15, 20 seconds for you. What's the biggest lingering question you have after the release of all this information?
There's still a gap in the timeline from after they say he dumped the backpack and the laptop in the dumpster about 8:10, and the timestamps from when they found the car in St. Cloud about 1 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We still can't account for the late morning and the early afternoon on February 26th, that Monday.
Joseph Scott Morgan, again, we only have about 20 seconds for everyone here. We don't have the medical examiner's report, but what questions would that answer that we don't have tonight?
She, from what I've heard, she has sustained massive head trauma. And I think, for me at least, that car has to be torn apart from stem to stern. They need to look in every nook, every cranny, because if that is the case, that's just what I've heard. I can't verify it at this time. There would have been a copious amount of blood. So that would have to be accounted for, and that would put her in that car possibly in a post-mortem state.
Shannon Butler, WFTV, Ken Jackson, Osceola News Gazette, Dr. Carol Lieberman, and Joseph Scott Morgan, Body Bags Podcast. Thank you all so much.
Okay, so there's that one, guys. And I know this is hard, guys. And I appreciate you guys in and out, in and out. I get it. I do. I get it. This is rough. So that's one thing we do know, that she sustained a massive amount of head trauma which is probably what was cause or mode of death. Okay. Method, or not method, but manner of what caused her death, sadly. So this pathetic piece of waste of life beat her. Unbelievable. And it makes me wonder if it was because she was fighting back, was pulling away, had enough, and it's not been confirmed as of yet. Very true, but I'm going to venture to say, based on what he said, it's probably close. I call bullshit. I'm done with PC. Computers, you mean? Always lies with these sick. Oh, yeah, I agree. Bullshit. I agree. And that's what I wonder. I have to wonder, Tracy, if there's a couple things that played out. I'd like to see a toxicology report on this. I really would, stating that he has taken tranquilizers, if he did that, and then he did that to her. And if the mother, again, it's not confirmed where Jen was at this point yet. Hey, welcome, Courtney. Good to have you here. So, wait a minute. All right, now this carries on. And then once this is done, we're going to jump in here and talk about this, every one of us, because I know people need to voice certain things, want to say things, and we're going to do it, guys.
Madeline Soto's 13th birthday party was on Sunday, February 25th. The party was at a relative's house, and she was surrounded by family. But one person who wasn't there was her mother, Jen.
I won't, Dago. What do you mean, Victoria? I won't what?
Soto. She was working. Madeline's mother and father were not together. In fact, her dad married another woman a couple of months after she was born. But there was a man living in her house, her mom's boyfriend, Stearns. Stearns was at the birthday party, and at some point after the party and before she was supposed to be at school the next day, Madeline was murdered. Stearns was the last known person to be with her, and he is alleged to have hundreds of disturbing photos on his phone of Madeline being sexually abused. Stearns has been charged in 2 separate cases. The first for the sexual abuse of Madeline depicted on his phone, and the second for the murder of Madeline. New information has been released in the case, and we are going to analyze that evidence. We'll listen to key parts of Stearns' 43-minute police interview.
We got out the door, maybe.
Can you guys hear this okay? Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Victoria.
7:30-ish, 7:45-ish, maybe. Got over to that area. She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there.
And we'll look at the evidence connected to Madeline's mother, including statements from her indicating she allowed her daughter to sleep in the same bed with Stefan when she wasn't home and sometimes when she was home. Could she be charged? We'll answer that question as we continue our investigation into the tragic life and death of Madeline Soto.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for joining us here tonight on Closing Arguments. And with all this new information coming out in the Madeline Soto investigation, one thing is clear. No one protected her. She wasn't protected. And that's the role, that's the job of a parent. That is your first job and most important job. Your child, your responsibility. You need to protect your child. That didn't happen here. The adults in her life were not protecting her. And it's really the opposite of protecting. It's really the opposite here. So a lot of people are asking a lot of questions about Madeline's mom, Jen Soto, beginning with, what did mom know? Like, what did she know about what was going on or allegedly going on here? Based upon what investigators and prosecutors are telling us that they found. Did she know about the abuse? Did she have any idea? Did Madeline ever mention it to her? Did that ever come up in a conversation? Did she ever ask her daughter, what happens when you go into the room and go to bed with my boyfriend? Did she ask? Did she have any idea? Was she oblivious? Was her head in the sand? Or did she know something? And what about her disappearance and her death and her murder? What did she know? Because you go back and you look at some of those statements and you match it up to the timeline, not a lot of it's making sense. And we're going to go through that with some experts in Florida law about how all that works, because it's really, really problematic. And did she know about the lies, the seemingly proven lies that were told by Stearns about dropping Madeline off at school? Like, did she know that it was all made up? Did she have any idea? Like, how well did she know this guy? Off again, on again relationship for 7 years? Could you tell when he was lying? Or did you know that it was a lie? It's a huge question. Huge question. And that leads us to the next question, which gets much more serious, right? What did mom do? Like, did she do anything here? Well, at a minimum, based upon her statements to investigators, she told her daughter to go in the other room and sleep with Stearns when she was home and when she wasn't home. At a minimum, she did that, which is a lot, which is a whole lot. But did she do anything else? Because it seems like it was also very normal in the house for all three of them to be together. And there are families that are like, you have a small child that gets scared or for whatever reason, they jump in the bed with you. I get it. I get it. But, you know, in light of everything else we know now, the question is, what did mom do here, if anything? And also, did she ever ask any questions? Did she have any level of curiosity? And how much did she know about Stearns? Speaking of Stearns, what did he say? Like, we saw the TV interviews and folks were like, whoa, there's something wrong with this man. But what counts the most is not what someone says to the media, but what they say to police when they're being interviewed. And remember, his interview is the result of a missing child case. But during the course of this missing child case investigation, other things come to light to investigators here. And they learn a whole lot more. And that's resulted in the charges against him for the sexual abuse of Madeline and for the murder of Madeline. So we have a lot of questions tonight. We're going to try to answer some of them. We're going to bring in some experts. And we're going to begin with Stearns, the defendant, the accused killer, because there's no charges against Jen Soto. She's not been charged, hasn't been named as a suspect, hasn't been eliminated. They say the investigation is continuing, but hasn't been named as a suspect, hasn't been charged with anything. Stearns has. So let's take a listen now to his story and what he told police.
So we woke up early. The plan was that we were going to get McDonald's breakfast on the way, so we made amazingly good time.
I don't mean to interrupt you, okay? Neither of us were here yesterday, so if
you know, is it all right that you're going early? Because it was still early in the right direction while she was.
So We know for sure that's a lie. So you get an idea of what a lie sounds like. Joining us, human behavior expert, jury consultant, Susan Constantine. Great to see you both. Let me begin with you, Susan. As you listen to his voice, that the whole thing about rummaging through the backpack, we know that is him lying because of the backpack on video at the dumpster, and that's where the backpack is found. He was there at 7:35. So
take care, Michael.
What do you think and what do you hear in his voice, in his story?
Well, I have to tell you, as you guys all know, that he flunked the test like miserably. So, when you're looking at the language, but his overall voice is over explaining. He feels like he's a victim. You can feel and hear this kind of victimization in his vocal cords. And it's like he's overwhelmed. He's really tired. In fact, I think at some point he says, I had to take tranquilizers because I was just really overwhelmed. So it's really about him. He's a vulnerable narcissist. I've said this before. But overall, when I was looking at the statements, there's so much deception, Vinny. We need a whole show for just this. But I'd love to be able to break this down.
Okay. Dr. Gary Brucato, from your perspective, hearing him tell his story about what happened, and at this point, they have not found Madeline. They are searching for a missing girl.
Well, my impression is that it sounds like somebody making up a story as it goes along. And it's important to remember that this interview is February 27th, and Madeline goes missing on February 26th. So we're talking about somebody who theoretically could have killed, eliminated a person after a long period of filming sexual abuses and things like that. Is less than 24 hours later is here presenting in the way that's being described here with this kind of victimized tone and so forth. But there's also this quality of making a gallant effort to kind of try to sound like Father of the Year. You get this kind of father knows best quality to the story where she's saying, I love you, and he's watching in the rearview mirror, making sure she's okay. But what we have alongside that picture is the picture of somebody who is making this big loving story about the backpack. And the backpack has been like unceremonially dumped into a trash can. The kid that he's talking about, he may very well have killed less than 24 hours before. And you wind up with this bone-chilling comparison between that story and the grim reality of what might have really happened. And it's sickening.
Okay, let's listen to another piece of the interview. And here he's actually called out by the investigator who is interviewing him because he has some information that is the exact opposite of what Stearns is saying. Let's watch or listen.
You make a U-turn, you go back to the McDonald's, but you said that she still doesn't want the McDonald's.
Still doesn't want it. She was just going to eat the Danishes that I had given her.
So you're going up here now, still northbound on Jonghyun Parkway. Mm-hmm. You make a left at Town Center this time.
Town Center, then make a right onto, yes.
And then you drop her off around
dropped her off around halfway up the road there.
So keep in mind, all of this is still northbound.
Okay.
Right? You're still northbound on Jonghyun Parkway.
Northbound.
So why is your car seen going southbound at 8:10? I'll show you what location it is. McDonald's is over here.
Mm-hmm.
At 8:10, your car is seen going southbound at this intersection. So meaning going toward Kissimmee.
Mm-hmm. I had forgotten my gate clicker. I'm sorry. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left because I forgot my gate clicker. I actually had to go through the front gate and use my parking pass to grab my clicker. So it was the wrong time. I'm sorry. Like I said, I was guesstimating these times. I'm not a morning person.
All right, Susan. This is like we've got a telephone booth with an elephant in it, but go ahead.
Oh my gosh. Well, he's just making this up on the fly, right? So he's kind of waiting what the police officer's saying, and he's trying to then fill in the blanks. That's what a lot of them do. What do you know? And then I've got to try to figure out, maneuver around all those facts that you have. And then he's coming up with excuses like, oh my goodness, I forgot to have my V8. You know, I need to go back and go and get my my clicker. But when you look at his language, I mean, this is what's really astounding. If you just look over the whole big picture, one of the things I want you to pay attention to is every single time he gives you a timeline. When he mentions a time, we find that in statements, when they make them, there's somewhere in there that number they pull out at the top of their head was generally something to do with the murder or the crime or something to do with it. He used so many contractures and missing pronouns where he didn't put himself into the story. He'll say woke up, or doesn't put I woke up, or she's rustling through her backpack. She may have done that another time, but he is like playing that as if it was happening and that may have happened before. So you have to see how this liar lies. And when you look at the totality of everything that he had spoken about, I mean, he is using the word after a lot, which is like passing of time. He uses justifications and minimizing his actions. He over-explains. I mean, he said the word so 26 times, Vinny, and then the word but. And but is what we call beholding the truth. Anything that is happening before that, you can even erase it. And then anything that comes after it, you should be very skeptical. And that's when he's talking about these backpacks. All these specific events. Look through the statement. It is astounding, truly. I mean, there's 11 pages of it. I've made all these notes on here. It is outstanding. So anyway, overall, we know he's a liar. He's making this stuff up and he's getting caught. You could see listen to his voice pitch, and he actually agrees with him. He goes, okay. It's because he knows. So then he's got to quickly conjure up something like, and come up with another story. But there's a long pause because he's listening to what the officer is saying. In the meantime, he is already constructing his next story.
It's unreal. As you described, not putting the pronouns in. Same exact thing happened in another case we're covering. Maya Miliete, her husband Larry, when he was telling his story to a reporter, he did the same exact thing. And his voice almost sounds similar in the way he's doing it. Okay, let's take a listen to a little bit more. And this is the moment, Dr. Gary Brucato, where he has to give up his phone. And we know what's on the phone. He knows what's on the phone. The officers are about to find out, but let's take a listen to how that goes.
In the meantime, while we're waiting for all this to get sorted out, I am going to hold on to your phone, okay? I'll give it back to you when we're done. Okay? Do you have any questions for us?
How long are you gonna need my phone?
I'm not sure. I'm waiting for my supervisor to call me.
My dad. No, it's just my dad's using that to get a hold of me and get updates.
They can call Jen's phone.
Okay.
Did the other detective give you his business card?
I believe so.
Okay, well, here's mine in case you want it for any reason.
Okay.
Okay? Mm-hmm. Do you swear that everything you told us is true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
All right, Dr. Gary Brucato. We also have to remember that the phone, when he handed it over, he said, oh, yeah, I accidentally did a factory reset on it yesterday.
Well, it fascinates me because with some of these types of people, one of the signs of lacking empathy.
Welcome to the sauce. Jen Rebel, thank you for becoming part of the this community and the cafe itself. Very, very much appreciate you, and it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you.
Empathy is that you can't feel that other people could tell that your story is ridiculous, that you actually think they're believing you and that you're controlling them. And it's quite interesting. You imagine that stories like this might have worked on children, but they certainly don't work very well when trying to deceive an adult. And I think the fact that it was the
I call bullshit. Calm down, okay? She wasn't being rude. She was just saying that it was found in a different state. That's all it was. It was just a comment, okay? Relax, please.
phone that he seemed to get a little extra freaked about has to do with the fact that the phone figured so powerfully into his fantasy life It is obviously the place where he kept all kinds of images of God knows what involving this child. But it wasn't only the idea of the culpability if those things were discovered, but the idea that now that private world was going to be shared with somebody else. And offenders with whom I've communicated discuss that kind of thing, resenting the idea that that fantasy is no longer within their control and that someone else is going to see it. And I'll say finally that a book title, Waiting to Happen, is the line that he says in the interview where he says, "I'm not a morning person." And if you change the spelling of morning to M-O-U-R-N-I-N-G, I think you have the truth of the story here.
Absolutely. Let's take a listen to one more piece of his interview here. Again, here now he's talking, Susan, about those tranquilizers and his panic attacks.
I don't recall. You have to ask her if we went anywhere. I don't recall. I was so zonked out on Ativan at that point.
Okay.
Because I was a wreck. I don't.
And this would have been when?
Yes, thank you.
I don't recall us going anywhere last night, but honestly, at that point, my brain was mush, and I was on so many tranquilizers to keep me stable. It's just.
You said Ativan?
Yeah.
Do you usually take that, or?
Yeah, I have a prescription. I haven't needed it in a long time, but
what's that for?
Anxiety.
Okay.
I was having these rolling panic attacks and breaking down crying, and it was the only way I could get to sleep last night. And then again this afternoon. So that's why I missed your calls. I'm sorry. I was took an Ativan and conked out for a few hours. It's the only time when I'm not crying.
Guys, Susan, we have about 30 seconds here.
Okay, first of all, I want to mention one thing. I'll get back up a little bit. Anytime somebody puts the word phone in their statement, it's generally associated with a crime scene. So we've seen that 4 times. Now, when we're listening to his Ativan deal, this is for him to kind of detach, and he's trying to conjure a story up because he's not going to be available. So that's what he's really telling you. All this other stuff is just smoke and mirrors. He's not available. He's having a hard time sleeping. When a parent loses their child, they're not sleeping or trying to sleep. They're out there looking for their kid. So I got to tell you, this I'm so mad I wanted to throw the pen at the TV set.
Well, Susan Constantine, Dr. Gary Brucato, your insight is amazing. Appreciate your valuable time, and we'll see you again really, really soon. Thank you. All right, folks, when we come back, we're going to talk about Mom, Jen Soto. Will she be charged? What could she be charged with? And what do investigators need to know about her? Plus, coming up next hour.
Chad Daybell has been accused of horrible things, and they are all connected.
She wanted to walk the rest of the way. She was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school.
At this point, I want to know if they sat down and concocted this story together, or if he told her to tell this story. I'm curious to see how this happened.
On the cameras, they saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m., heading towards the school, but she never made it.
None of that is true, by the way. None of it. That's Madeline's mom, Jen Soto, speaking to WFTV down in Orlando. None of that is true. Like, it's all false. Now, was it based upon what Stephen Stearns was telling her? Did they together come up with the story? I don't know. Well, this story is completely devoid of any truth. Now, that's what she told the media. Let's get into what she is telling investigators, because I think that's a little bit more important, right? No attack of we in the media, but what you tell investigators carries a little more weight. So Jen Soto completed a sworn written statement to the Orange County deputies to the following. Jen Soto stated on 2/26/24 at approximately 0800 hours, she saw Madeline getting ready for school. 8 o'clock in the morning, she saw her daughter getting ready for school. 8 a.m. approximately, okay? Now, let's go through some of the other pieces of the timeline that investigators have in this case. Stearns is spotted at 8:10. A license plate reader captured Stefan's vehicle with Florida tag, driving away from the school at 8:10. The school is like 20 minutes away. It's about 20 minutes away or so. And he's driving away from the school back towards Kissimmee where they live at 8:10. Again, she said she saw Madeline getting ready for school at 8. What else do we know? The sheriff, the Orange County sheriff, spoke about a couple other pieces of the timeline. Take a listen.
We have video evidence that shows Stefan Stearns discarding items in a dumpster in that apartment complex in Kissimmee at 7:35 on Monday, February 26th. Detectives later recovered Madeline's backpack and her school-issued laptop from that dumpster. At 8:19, we have evidence that shows Stefan Stearns returning to the complex, and Madeline was visible in that vehicle. We believe she was already dead at that time.
Okay, and that jives with the 8:10, right? 8:10, you're driving back towards Kissimmee. 8:19, you get back to the complex, and Madeline Soto's in the car. So she had to be in the car when they left. So let's go back. Again, she's saying 8 o'clock in the morning, she saw her getting ready for school. 7:35, he was already tossing out her laptop and backpack at the dumpster, which is near the back exit of the complex, by the way. Okay, let me bring in my guests, special guest joining us in Orlando, Florida, America's judge, retired judge of the 9th Judicial Circuit, the Honorable Belvin Perry, and also joining us, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, Dave Arenberg, who, Judge, he's a Harvard guy, okay? Harvard smarty. So we got a lot of brains here tonight between these two. Unbelievable. All right, I'll begin with you, Judge. Judge has to go first, Dave, sorry. That statement that she provided, seeing her getting ready for school at approximately 8 o'clock, is that a problem for her in terms of potential charges or liability? If not, what else do investigators need to try to demonstrate that she is perhaps involved in a cover-up, perhaps involved in disposing of her daughter's body?
Very unfortunately for her, as a friend of mine would say, the math is not mathing with that timeline. She's in deep trouble. She has verifiable lies that does not jive with the timeline. As they uncover more, she could be facing a multitude of charges in this particular case.
Let me ask you, Dave Arenberg, what do you see as potential avenues for prosecuting Jen Soto? What would you need? What sort of evidence? And nothing related to the sex crimes. I want to deal with those separately. So just with the murder, the cover-up, the disposing of the remains.
Well, it's good to be with you, Vinny, and with the judge. I think the judge is right about the lying. You could possibly charge her with lying to law enforcement. But the real crime that I think she could be charged with, based on what we know now, is potential child neglect charges. Now, child abuse under Florida law under Section 827.03 includes child neglect, and neglect can be a second-degree felony punishable about the 15 years in prison if a caregiver fails to provide a child with the necessary care, supervision, or services and mental health. And if that neglect causes great bodily harm, which clearly occurred here, then it does rise to a second-degree felony. That's the crime that she could be charged with, depending on the facts. Now, she may say that she has no intent to commit such a crime. But remember, we're not talking about intentional child abuse. We're talking about child neglect. And by its own terms, neglect doesn't mean intent. It just means that you're neglectful. And I think when you encourage your daughter to go sleep in a bed with your boyfriend in another room when you're not even there, then I think that meets the standards for child neglect.
All right, let's get to that. Let's take a look at that, because this, again, is part of the statement that was made by Jen Soto. She stated while they were together, they would either all sleep in the same bed, or Madeline would sleep with her when Stefan wasn't there, When asked if it was normal that Stefan and Madeline sleep together without her being there, she said yes. Jen Soto stated if she needed a good night's sleep due to her anxiety, she would ask them to sleep in a different bedroom. So, Judge, what would be necessary? How could you prove that she had any idea what was happening to her daughter? Would you need that to connect her to any of the to connect Jen Soto to any of the sex crimes? I think that's the biggest question people have. Can she be connected to what Stephen Stearns was doing? Or do you need something more here than just allowing it to happen or sending them into the other room?
The problem that the state is going to have is connecting her with the sex crimes. Currently now, based upon what has been given to the public, and that's out in the public domain, we can't say what actually occurred besides her sleeping in the same bed. Logically, one could conclude that, but that's not enough proof at this time. I suspect that's the reason why this case is still being investigated and that they're taking a very close look at the mother. That's just not normal for that young lady to sleep with this guy, particularly when you look at the breaks between the dates of the sexual assaults. You have a break, then you have the assaults renewed. There's a lot going on that we don't know, and she holds the answers to those questions.
She does, and the question is she no longer speaking? Where is she? What is she saying at this point? Okay, so the bottom line here, what I'm hearing from both of you is that false statements to police potentially, child neglect potentially. When we come back, let's talk about proving the case for the sexual abuse against Stephen Stearns.
She brings a lot of joy. She's a very good girl. It definitely doesn't feel the same around here if she's not here. She was so happy too. She was looking forward to my visit here. She was looking forward to us all being together. She was just happy. She was just very happy. I loved her like she was my own.
Madeline Soto was not happy. She's telling her friends at age 13 she wanted to go live out in the woods, away from this monster and away from her mother. A lot of charges. He's been charged with her murder, but the first case, the first trial will be the sex abuse case. Those charges, sexual battery on a child under 12, 8 counts, sexual battery child 12 to 18, 5 counts, lewd or lascivious molestation, 7 counts, unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child, 10 or more images, 40 counts of that. You take a look at the sex abuse, and I mean, it just goes on and on. Look at these dates. All these years, you've got one going all the way back to when she was about 8 years old. It is just unconscionable. Now, what I want you to take a look at now, his Google Drive is found, right? Several images and videos were located, which depicted an apparent child with her breasts, her private parts, front and back, as the focal point of the pictures and videos, all right? Kind of zooming in on these parts. There were also pictures and videos depicting an apparent child's bottom, front, and mouth being penetrated by a man's sexual organ. The child was later identified as Madeline Soto. One folder that appeared dedicated to Madeline contained over 1,700 files. A majority of these photographs and videos showed Madeline in different sexual positions. While reviewing, and also what they had to do was match up the clothing. They observed several different pieces of clothing to include patterned underwear, shirts, blankets, and sheets. The detectives searching the residence were contacted and confirmed they found the same distinctive clothing worn by both Stefan and the victim in Stefan's room and the victim's room. And there's another way to identify, because some of these pictures, you're not seeing faces, right? They're zoomed in. You're not seeing faces. But the male organ observed penetrating the victim had a distinct marking on it, which consisted of a bright pinkish colored skin below the top until approximately a quarter of the length down the male organ. And the Orange County detectives had previously shown Jen Soto photographs, and she had identified them for identification purposes. But then when she was shown the photos of her daughter being abused, she said, I don't recognize any of this. They also made a request for DNA, material, a buccal swab from Stearns, blood, saliva, cells to be collected from the photographs and swabs of his private regions and clothing worn by him. So here's some of the evidence. Let's bring back our guest, Honorable Belvin Perry, Dave Arenberg. Dave, unfortunately, in the sex abuse case, the victim is no longer alive, cannot testify, won't be there. Will this be enough to prove it, even if the pictures are zoomed in and you're not seeing faces?
Oh yeah. I mean, they've got a lot there. I mean, in some of these cases, you don't have this kind of evidence. I mean, you have his own phone, his own drive. You have the acts occurring at the home where he lives, and you can identify the home pretty clearly. And so I think they've got him on these charges. And, you know, the hope is, I think, for prosecutors is that they could get the mother to flip and to testify against her boyfriend. Maybe that's why they haven't charged her with a crime yet. And I do realize that they don't have the mother dead to rights on the charges, but they still have enough. If they wanted to charge her, it's not overwhelming, but I think they're still trying to convince her to testify. But she may not know anything. She may just be head in the sand, totally in the dark, totally clueless, which goes to the neglect that we were discussing earlier.
All right, Judge. A lot of people, including myself, have questions about how this trial would work. We're talking about really explicit child pornography. If he takes this to trial, does the jury see the photos? How does that work inside of a courtroom? Does the defendant get another look at this stuff that he created?
First of all, the jury will see the photographs. More than likely, the judge will close the courtroom so that spectators would not be allowed to see those type of photographs. I suspect that the judge will only permit his attorneys under in-camera inspection to view those particular photographs. The problem that this man has is in taking these photographs for his pleasure, they are now turned into his nightmare, which he richly deserves.
Dave Arenberg, there's also been a lot of discussion about the law down in Florida, the death penalty applying to sex crimes. What's the state of the law right now? And would this case qualify?
It would, Vinny, and the law is new, and we're not certain, though, if it will survive court scrutiny. Does it violate the Eighth Amendment against cruel and unusual punishment? Remember, the law says that if you commit sex bat on a child, you're eligible for the death penalty, even if there's no death. So that's where it could get overturned on appeal. But right now, it is the law of Florida. And not only is that a new law, but we also have a new law in Florida that says you don't even need a unanimous jury when it comes to the penalty phase to give someone the death penalty. You just need 8 out of 12 jurors. So I can tell you one thing for sure in this, Vinny, jurors will hate this guy. They will want to give him as tough a penalty as possible. We'll see, though, if he gets that kind of penalty and if it survives on appeal.
Judge, your thoughts on the death penalty and how it will apply potentially to this man?
I agree with State Attorney Arenberg. While this is the law, the Supreme Court many years ago of the United States outlawed the death penalty as cruel and unusual punishment for the crime of sexual battery on a child, which used to be the law in Florida a long time ago. Unfortunately, this guy will face the death penalty, hopefully on the murder charge.
The Honorable Belvin Perry, State Attorney Dave Arenberg, great to have you here. You guys know this stuff so well, and I'm glad we had your expertise tonight. Thanks so much, guys.
All right. Link is in the chat for anybody that wants to join me. Let's do this thing, folks. First thing I'm going to say is bullshit, 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 bullshit. Let me see. And one more thing here.
Bullshit. A 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 bullshit.
Period. There is no way that this woman did not know this was happening. I'm sorry. Welcome, Kimber. Thank you for joining me, dear.
Welcome. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, Dago. Welcome to your own show, Dago.
Thank you. Total bullshit. Okay. And I'm gonna say something else. I almost feel like I knew Mom was gonna come up here. Welcome, Mom. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Mom.
Hello.
I'm gonna have to say that she's worse than him. Why? Because she is the mother to this child and allowed and very likely joined in on this act of bullshit. Since that's our word for the day.
Yeah,
I agree. I think she should be charged to the fullest of the law. I think she should get one endangerment of a child. I think she should get abuse. I think she should get, I don't even know, interfering with a case by her lying.
Neglect.
Every
charge, yes. Every charge you can charge her with, she deserves it. Period. Because she allowed it to happen, in my opinion. And I still feel at some point in time, because of the way things are looking, she very well may have been part of it. I'm sorry, but I just feel that way. Hey, Clue, welcome. Good to have you here.
Hi. Hi. I don't think she should be cut any slack.
None.
Even if she testifies against him, I don't think she should be cut. Even if she turns state's evidence against him, I don't think she should be cut any slack. They shouldn't cut her a deal. They need to come at both. They need to come at her just as hard as they do him.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And they need to get off their hind ends and they need to go on and just decide on the DP instead of let's pussyfooting around, pardon my French. But
yeah, and
I mean, y'all know this case is like here, like right here to me.
Oh, with a lot of people.
And I try hard not to let that happen, but this happened right in my backyard. And no. Mm-mm.
Agreed. What do you think, Miss Clue?
I think the reason that we probably haven't seen her is she's probably in protective custody. And I think go ahead.
Mom said that we had heard she was in a mental facility, but Mom did just say that she's not there and she's with family, which I believe she's with her sister at this point, but that's just my opinion. I don't know. But go ahead. Sorry.
I think that she will testify against him, probably in hopes of
a plea.
Yep.
I agree, but they better not give her a plea deal. God, no, please don't.
I'm moving out of state if they do.
If they want to make sure that his charges stick, they will absolutely offer her that to testify against him.
Well, I mean, yeah, I could see that unless they have something more.
So all we've seen that he has is like 1,700 images, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have the images, but some of the images actively show him in the act.
You're right.
I think
so that is enough to keep him in prison for his natural life. And due to the new law that they just passed last year here in Florida, because I'm trying to be careful, because it is an act physically against a child, a crime against a child, that's what makes him automatically qualify for the DP down here.
Mm-hmm. I'm torn. I'm torn with the DP thing. I'll explain here in a minute. I'm going to open the phone line for anybody that can't come on panel. And if you want to, you're welcome to. Hold on a minute here. Go ahead with what you were going to say, Clue. I'm sorry.
I think if they can prove that he got rid of her, if you will, I think that is probably enough to warrant the death penalty. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But I don't think if they find out for some reason that the mom actually did it and he was just helping after, I don't think he'll go to prison for the rest of his life.
He'll get at least 20 years down here.
Right.
That's like bottom.
He has the other charges too, that he should get life for, in my opinion, too. So
yeah, they should, but they don't.
I know.
And my personal opinion, I think he needs the DP, and I'm going to tell you why. Because down here, they won't keep him in a regular state prison. They're going to send him to a prison that is completely geared around people with the same charges as him, and that's not fair to Maddie. Because you take all those, I'm trying to choose my words,
because
sickos.
the little bitch that he is doesn't want to get his ass beat. That's why he refuses to show up in court, and so on and so forth. You deserve that's why I said I question the death penalty. If it's something that he should get, because if you get the death penalty, you're gone. You're done. You get to go away. The point is I think if you have to sit in prison and endure the bullshit that you have gained from this for the rest of your natural life and then some, that's a more of a punishment in my turn. I think he should have to go through what he put her through and then some. That's just my opinion. I'm sorry. It may be wrong to some people, but that's how I feel.
No, I totally agree.
Like I said, I'm on the fence with it because on one hand, an eye for an eye, and I don't think he deserves the oxygen that I breathe or take up
muted,
my
Mom.
space. It's probably my damn.
I can hear her.
I can hear her.
I was on a good rant, doggo.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. What happened?
Moving right along.
Well, I'm telling you, this get my blood pressure pumped straight up.
You can't hear nothing.
No, those cases.
Okay, I know what I did. I am a dingbat. Say that all again.
Okay, so like I said, I'm torn with the death penalty because they put him to death. Okay, that ends it. That's over. He's done. He doesn't get to waste any more of the oxygen that I deserve to breathe here, regardless how many palm trees we have. He doesn't deserve my oxygen. On the other side of things is they put him in a prison. Do you know he's going to get to eat 3 hots in a cot? He's going to get a tablet where, he won't get it. He'll have to buy a tablet, but not,
he'll
his
have
family's not hurting.
The amenities of life, which is something he doesn't deserve. I agree with you.
Exactly.
I agree. I can't imagine this man, and he's not even a man, this piece of garbage, being able to be put out of his own miserable, pathetic existence and not have to suffer through through the life that he's created for himself after the suffering he has applied to her and possibly other people. That's just my thought on it. But I agree with you, though, at the same time. It's hard to say. That's why I said I'm torn with it. Because if he does go on death row, I'm probably really loud. I'm sorry. I am. If he does go on death row, he's not going to die immediately. We know that.
It'll be forever.
I'm still waiting on the guy that murdered my best friend. Almost 40 years later, he's been on death row, folks, because of appeals and this and that and all the stupid shit that shouldn't happen. Okay. And we have been, as taxpayers, paid for him to stay alive all these years, paid for his meals and his medication. He has the best insurance out there. They get whatever the hell they want medically. It's a joke. So
Oh yeah, and they get to play guitars and video games and have
they get
mental health groups.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a damn joke. Sorry. So, I'm torn. I feel like Either way, truthfully, I think his punishment should be that he goes into general population after his trial. He won't last but a week. Period. And we all know that.
They should have
And I
left him in Orange County because he wouldn't be here now if they'd left him in Orange County. But they turn around, they put him in Osceola, which is in the middle of nowhere, instead of leaving him in Orange. Because the boys in Orange County don't play. It's every week you see something on the news.
Yes. I mean, you can't play these kind of games in life and think that it's just gonna be. And this guy is, excuse my language, folks, because I'm highly irritated with him. He's a bitch. This is a cold cut, classic crybaby bitch. Is all this guy. He whines about every fucking thing that he talks about in the police car. I'm too cold, and I'm this, I'm that. I haven't eaten. I'm tired. I'm what? What about all of the pain and suffering you've caused to this little girl for 5+ years? What about her misery and her pain and her problems? You didn't care about that, did you? I don't think anybody should care two shits about. This isn't even a human being as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry. And God forgive me for feeling the way I do about this, but I'm telling you, this is a waste of oxygen every day that this guy breathes.
He is.
It really is. Thank you, Barbara.
Wisdom Speak says she's from Brevard County. They don't play down there neither. I live in Orlando.
Broward County?
So
Oh, yeah.
Orange County don't play. Orange County. The boys in Orange County don't care. They don't care. You got real criminals in that jail.
And
I'll tell you, when you got to strip down to your jeans and a t-shirt just to get in the federal courthouse, they ain't playing.
Yeah, they don't play. Good Lord Almighty. I can't, and I'm sorry, but anybody, and I haven't seen anybody take her side on this at all. So I gotta say, I'm probably not worried about what I'm gonna say, but there's no way at this point. We've seen every bit of this case with her involved and everything, the interviews, this, that. There is no way that this woman did not know that this was happening. I'm sorry. I can't say that I believe that or ever will believe that. You can't.
Not for a second.
Okay. The fact that she has allowed in itself. Okay, listen. I have 7 children. Every one of my children, when they were babies, they laid in the bed with me when they were babies because that's just what parents do. Okay. At some point, that stopped. When my daughters became 2 and 3 years old, no, but you stay in your room. Now, maybe with my wife or something, sure, okay, that's different. This ogre back here, I think he laid in bed with me because of his anxiety and stuff like that till he was about 5 because he just couldn't sleep alone. He would freak out at night, things like that, and I had to force him to stay in his own room. That's with me though. And or his mom, okay? After that, no, you don't do things like that. I don't understand where the mentality comes from. If this child has anxiety, then you as her mother needs to be the one to deal with that. You as her mother alone needs to be the one to be in that room with her. Nobody else. And I would have said at this age that she's at, 12, 11, 10, even if that man was her biological father, that's questionable to me. I'm sorry. Okay. And that's just for you to, that sounds like one, laziness on the mother's part, unless it was how can I put this? Something they agreed upon together. And if that's the case, that's even sicker, but okay. They both need to be buried under the jail as far as I'm concerned. That's just my opinion. If people don't agree with it, I understand that. Okay. I don't ask everybody to, but that's how I feel. Water Fountain 7 says, can I ask a question? You can. Most definitely. That's what it's all about. Welcome, Sarah Tequila. By the way, Teresa S., thank you for joining us. See, there you go. Thank you, Paula. There's ways to make these things work, folks. That's not the way.
Nope.
Welcome, Lori Turner. Upstate New York, thank you for joining us. Absolutely, it was. Yes, it was. Agreed, Stephen. What was your question, Water Fountain? That's another point too, Lori. Very good point, actually. And why would a child at 13 years old, 12 or 13 years old, say they want to go live in the woods?
Especially if they had anxiety.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a cry for help, is what that is.
Yep. And even her friend that came out that talked to, I believe it was Telemundo, and he was supposed to be like her best friend, and he said, I think he called him Maddie's stepdad, which is a common thing to do when you don't know the exact, especially with kids.
Hold on a minute.
He said that he was bad to Maddie, that he was a bad person, and he was bad to Maddie.
Wait a minute. Say that again.
Her best friend did an interview with Telemundo, and it was a boy, and it was out in front of the school, I believe. And he said that Maddie's stepdad was bad to her, that he was bad. Mm-hmm. It's in Spanish. It's in my Discord.
I've never seen that. Okay.
There's like 6 interviews altogether. I think there's 6 that are all in Spanish that Telemundo did, and then there's another station down here. I don't remember what the other station is.
Hold on a minute here.
I think Plunder even played it, and she did her little voiceover in English with it.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've heard there was a couple interviews from Telemundo, but I never heard them.
Yeah, one of my mods speaks fluent, and
that's awesome.
We were going hard at it Discord when this first happened, because I was boots on the ground, and this was the case that I don't know. It touched me. It touched me deep. Like when she was reported missing, and the first, and this is how I found out she was missing. This is crazy. Freaking the Amber Alert down here sucks. It does. I'll just be perfectly blunt about it. It absolutely sucks. The Amber Alert system does. I'm literally right here. Now, a kid can go missing in Daytona, which is Volusia County, and it'll go off on my phone. And I'll get a text message and an Amber Alert, and then I actually get text messages that say whether or not they've been found. And this case, I didn't hear anything about her. The very first that I knew that Maddie was missing, Mr. Monster has Newsbreak on his phone. I don't have Newsbreak because I've got ADHD and OCD, and I can't stand the 500 notifications on the top of my phone. It drives me nuts.
Mm-hmm.
So he got a notification from Newsbreak that was Walt Disney's newspaper that they put out that said she was missing. And that's how I heard about her. And then I went digging on Twitter to see if anybody else had posted about her, like what was going on. And one of the advocates that I work with, I was like, hey, have you, because he works with a lot of searches and stuff. I was like, have you heard about a search? Is there a search? I'm off work in an hour. Like, I got my boots on. I'm ready. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't asking for public help at that time, outside of the people that were already helping, or I would have been there.
Well, I do have this one that I didn't actually ever get to see. I know a lot of you guys probably did. I'm going to show this real quick too, and then I'm going to look for those other ones. This is Jennifer's mother. If I'm correct, please correct me if I'm wrong. Plunder put this up, and please, mods, if we can put her link in the chat, please, to give her credit where credit due is. Credits due. I'm sorry. This one I heard it, but I heard about it, but I never got to see it. But I'm gonna get those other ones too, because I see a few people asking this that they'd like to see those, as I would too, because I've never heard them. But at some point, the grandmother here alone says it right here. She does not sleep alone. Okay, so I have a question, and I'm not trying to criminalize her grandmother at all. Okay, but if the grandmother knew that at that point, how long has she known that? And if that's the case, has anybody tried to do anything about this in the past? You know what I mean? Before this had to come to this point, I have to wonder, or is this one of those situations where people did and Jen said, stay out of my business? Do you know what I mean? It's very possible. But at that point, as a grandparent, being a grandparent myself, I would have went to other routes that I had to deal with that to protect my grandchild. That's just me. I'm just saying. Let's see how this goes. See if we can understand or get through this. Hold on. Wait a minute. What happened here? Here we go.
Took lots of photos, hugged their family.
Now, those words are ringing in my ears and in my mind. So I've been trying to translate all of these interviews. Well, I think her grandmother just gave one interview to Telemundo 31.
But my daughter worked the previous night, Sunday, and it seems she woke up very tired and told her boyfriend to bring her. That's
And
it.
now they are not going to wake up in the campaign. I am not carrying and
No,
not my side.
always mine. And in the church's chambers, they see a girl with a green sweater where she sits in the parking lot for a while. And a few minutes later, she gets up and heads to school. That's all that is known about her. And with every day that passes, it gets worse. One loses hope after almost 3 days missing. We don't know what else to do.
Subtitles by the Amara.org.
In my mind, someone took her.
Maddie's grandmother, Yolanda Zambrano, gave at least one interview I can find. I can only find chunks of it to Telemundo 31 to a reporter. It was February 28th, basically the third day that Madeline was missing. She had not been found yet. As much as I've tried and I've been translating and having it dubbed into English, we can listen to the whole thing again.
I think she can do that. She's a kid, like with many fears, so much so that she does not sleep alone. And I do not believe she can leave or run away, leave her house.
Her grandmother added that this Sunday they were celebrating her birthday and that she did not notice any behavior that could indicate plans to run away.
She was very, very happy. All her little friends from school, which are two little friends, it was very nice. She had the happy time, content.
She does, in my opinion, Clue look just like her father. Just completely.
Took lots of photos, hugged their family. But my daughter worked the previous night, Sunday. And it seems she woke up very tired and told her boyfriend to bring her. That's
And
it.
now they are not going to wake up in the campaign. I am not carrying and not my side.
Always mine. And in the church's chambers, they see a girl with a green sweater where she sits in the parking lot for a while. And a few minutes later, she gets up and heads to school. That's all that is known about her. And with every day that passes, it gets worse. One loses hope after almost 3 days missing. We don't know what else to do.
Subtitles by the Amara.
Oh, you meant Jen's dad. I thought you were talking about Maddie's dad, Tyler Wallace. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. No, I've never seen Jennifer's dad.
In my mind, someone took her.
But I'm wondering, where's the entire interview? The most I can find is about maybe a minute total. And the part that really gets me is when Yolanda is saying that Madeline was so afraid she couldn't sleep alone. This interview I found was from February 28th, 2024 at 7:31 p.m. on Telemundo, and it's titled Search for Minor Madeline Soto Missing in Hunters Creek Extended to Kissimmee. I don't really know what the reporter asked Yolanda prior to the clip of her interview starting. I think she was in her own office behind a desk. She does look exhausted. Some people have commented calling her, just stoic and cold. They expected her to be falling apart more. Both her and her daughter, both Jennifer and Yolanda, have come off in ways that viewers think they wouldn't come off. People are analyzing it. We have nothing else to do but research into this crime and the family until potentially there's another arrest. There might be, there might not be. Today is Friday, March 8th, as I film this. And sometimes there are a lot of arrests on Friday, but I just checked Vine link, and the only person I still see in custody on this case, related to this case, is Stearns, 13-year-old Madeline Soto's stepfather, as they call him, even though he was just her mother's on-again, off-again boyfriend. So Yolanda is describing, I think she can't do that. I think she's talking about Maddie would be too afraid to run away because she says she's a kid, like with many fears, so much so that she does not sleep alone. And I do not believe she can leave or run away, leave her house. So that part is pretty chilling in the wake of what we know now in terms of Stefan being arrested, in terms of all the crazy things found, horrific on his phone, in terms of us. It's basically all but said that he has been mistreating, I shall say, Maddie for at least 2 years. But he's known her longer than that, so we don't really know how long he's been mistreating her. Was he mistreating her before he put the evidence into a video, as described by police? Even though they...
Okay, well, there's nothing more of that interview. I'm going to look for these other ones then. I can't get them to come up on YouTube for some reason. Mom says they're in her Discord. But, oh, wait a minute.
Under Florida cases.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Boom. I was in the wrong link anyway. I'm such a ding dong.
Hell, I sent you the wrong one the other night.
Oh, no, that's okay. I was welcomed in there by those people too, so either way, I appreciate it. You don't mind me using them to play in here, Mom?
No, please, but be Maddie's voice, because use anything that's in my Discord is open for anybody that's in there to use, share. It's completely open. Like, you don't have to be a member or anything like that to be in my Discord. Just know that, if you do come in my Discord, my son is good at what he does, so don't act a fool.
Mm-hmm. I will agree. I met him once, and he is very good at what he does. Very good.
And that's not a threat.
No. Just be nice. Okay, there's a lot of this in here. Okay.
And that's just pieces of what I have. Some of it's in still in my emails, and I need to get everything all put in there for her.
It's so hard to look at her. She was such a sweet, good-looking girl, very beautiful smile.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. I don't get why these pieces of garbage have to be who they are.
Jago, the last time I ever enter your chat.
Why now?
AG just ruined the voice for me.
What voice?
The voice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't watch it anymore. AG, now why are you doing that?
He said, or she said, by the way, Karen Waldrop wins the voice tonight. I'm like, what? I'm behind.
I'm sorry.
It's the winner until tomorrow.
We can't put spoilers out there.
Yeah, but it's Tuesday and Wednesday nights, I thought.
I'm looking. I'm almost there. Yeah, we even had at some point Osceola County made a big boo-boo in this case too. I was quite disappointed in.
Mm-hmm.
Josh is gonna win it.
We don't. I hope so.
Where they must be way back here. You have a lot on this. You weren't lying, Mom.
Yeah, they said this is the. I mean, as soon as she was found, that next weekend we were there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was on it quick too, but I never got any of these. I don't know. I don't see them. I went all the way to the top in Florida cases, unless I'm not looking at the right thing. Are they listed as Telemundo interviews?
Right here. I think it's this one. Hang on, I'm going to open it.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, freaking StreamYard ad. I refuse to pay for premium.
Mm-hmm. We don't need it for what we do.
Nope.
I don't think there's any point in having to have the 30 people on your panel, unless you're having a family reunion.
Right here. I'm gonna put the link in back chat.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how I missed it.
What the hell? Why
What
won't
happened?
it open? Oh wow, why is it way over here? Oh wow. Man, they need to stop playing with YouTube.
I agree. They keep changing
That's
things.
so bad. I couldn't even find the link. This is Plunder's link because she's got this one dubbed.
Okay.
Because like I said, Mecky, we were doing video whatever in Discord where you can all get kind of like this in Discord privately and translating. It's in back chat.
I see it there now. Thank you.
And you know, Maddie's dad did interviews too.
Maddie's dad, what?
Maddie's dad did interviews.
I saw him, but no, I didn't get those either. I tried to. Welcome, Angela Virtue. Angela Virtue. Anyway, I have to do it. Now it's in my head, so. And there's that. So, all right, again, this is from Plunder. I put the link in once up here, so thank you, Plunder, for what you do. Appreciate you, and let me know how the audio is, guys.
The Mass, we saw how even their teachers prayed to God for the rest of their soul. Some of her friends, with permission from their parents, shared on camera how they feel now that their friend Maddie, as they call her, has left this plane.
Body found at school event.
Everyone at school is sad. Monday and Tuesday, the teachers were crying. I have a teacher who couldn't even speak, and she even knew Maddie and her family.
Her best friend describes her as a happy girl.
She had a smile on her face all day, shining like a star.
At some point, she Daisy, Usai, and she told him something felt wrong at her home, that she had encountered some problems.
In 2022, she said her stepfather was very mean to her. But when I saw that message, I thought it was like
something normal, like they fought because, something normal. Just a year when, according to the authorities, Stephen Stearns would have abused a child under 12 years of age. The reaction of the parents was immediate.
To the community, take care of the children, not just your own. Always watch over the children outside. Ensure no one approaches them, to pet them, to touch them. And teach the children from an early age, from 2, 3, 4 years old. They say things that are happening to them, and one should believe them because there are parents who do not believe them.
Disney World Communications may have stated that Stephen Stearns does not work for the company, but sleuths are uncovering Stearns in his apparent role in working in Epcot in past months, just as he stated on social media prior to his arrest in the tragic case of Madeline Soto. As we await more news about the case, I've been digging more into the words of her classmates and best friend in the wake of the recent mass held for the 13-year-old girl. I've paid for a program that will translate their words from Spanish to English and dub them in English, as you heard in the opening of this video. Maddie's best friend, Joseph Andrade, spoke of how despite any problems the young girl had been experiencing, she still smiled. She had a smile on her face all day, shining like a star, Joseph said. However, when asked about the specific kind of problems encountered at home, Maddie's best friend said that in 2022, she said her stepfather was very mean to her. Notably, 2022 was the year that Stearns allegedly committed unspeakable acts against a child. According to the arrest warrant in the Circuit Court of the 9th Judicial Circuit of Osceola County, Florida, in the case of the state of Florida versus Stephan Michael Stearns, defendant, the Kissimmee Police Department, alleged that on or between the dates of 03/20/2022 to 12/03/2023, Stearns did violate a child. Maddie's best friend seemed like he had more to say when he began saying, "But when I saw that message, I thought it was like," and the boy trailed off or paused. The reporter jumped in and asked if Maddie's message was something normal, like because they fought, because something normal. Unfortunately, we didn't get to hear the rest of Joseph's answer. It sounds as if Maddie texted Joseph about problems in her home life with Stearns. However, Joseph seems to parrot the reporter when he described the problems as just normal problems instead of going into more depth about what Maddie may have told him. There may have been more to the interview, credited to Univision, but only snippets were published. Perhaps she didn't tell him much more. Maybe Maddie did tell at least one teacher what she was going through. Maybe not. Either way, any help that anyone likely attempted to give the young girl must have fallen on deaf ears, since she was still allowed to be in the dangerous care of Stearns.
Like a hole is missing because everybody at school, even, they're like sad.
Everybody was devastated. A lot of people crying, teachers crying, students crying.
I was like in shock. Like that was like the first time I heard something like that. So to get justice, it would like, there's still going to be a hole in people's hearts, but it might close it a bit more just if there's justice.
Prior to Maddie being found, her grandmother gave an interview to Telemundo 31.
The school where she studied and also lived for a few days with her mother. Let's hear what her grandmother had to say.
But my daughter worked the night before on Sunday. And it seems she woke up very tired and told her boyfriend to take her home. It was postponed to Saturday.
That is the first part of the routine. The boyfriend.
Okay, hold on now. She worked the night before, woke up very tired, and told her boyfriend to take her home. From where?
I think that was just the translation picking it up wrong.
Okay. I just had to make sure I wasn't missing something. Okay, I
No,
get it.
no, it was she worked very late and then had her boyfriend pick
Come
Maddie
pick her
up
up and take her
from
home.
home.
Gotcha.
So I do have a question about that though. Is it just a translation, or am I crazy that she said she was going to work the next morning?
I swear she did say something about that at one point in an interview somewhere.
Because that's been kind of my issue this whole time is how do you come off work late but then have to immediately go right back? Like,
But then the story was told that she slept the next day because she was so tired from the night before, which is why she didn't take care of Maddie herself. But here's the thing. If that's the case, that means she was in the home, at home, sleeping or not sleeping when all of this took place, per se, perhaps.
right.
So, again,
Or it was
another
already
reason,
done.
right, the night before.
Mm.
But here's the thing. If it was done the night before, I'm going to say, do we know exactly when the birthday party ended at Grandma's?
I don't know a time off the top of my head.
Okay, because I couldn't find that anywhere because that would have helped in some senses. But if Jen was working late till midnight, 1 in the morning, came home, this had already taken place, that would mean Maddie is deceased in that home. Jen did not check on her daughter, didn't see any of this, didn't hear any of this. From my understanding is there was, it said that she died from a domestic violence type issue, okay? We've also heard multiple times that there was a massive head trauma, per se. Whether that's true or not, we don't know for sure. But I would say that would make a mess, okay? Again, the mother's in the home, didn't see this, didn't hear this, didn't go anywhere through her own home to look for to see any of these things happening or happened. Again, why I say she's either 100% involved or she knows about it. I can't go past that. There's no way in hell. When I come home from work, whether my wife's been there or when I was working, whether my wife's been there all day or not, I walk through my home. I look at my home. I check on my home. If I come home late at night when I was working nights and everybody's sleeping, I go check on everybody in my home. I lock all my doors, my windows, do what I do. That's just what people do when they live in their homes, okay? So none of this makes any sense.
Mm-mm.
But didn't Jen claim to see her the next morning?
Yes.
She said she saw her getting ready for school at 8 a.m. That's a lie, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Hi, Kimber.
You have to keep in mind, her first story was that she talked to her the night before about her party and her
about the
gifts
party.
and all this, and then she told investigators,
Right. She
I
had a great
watched her
time.
get dressed.
So these are all lies. Every one of these things are lies, which again means you're involved. You're just as bad. Sorry. Not sorry.
No,
frequently false.
always mine. And in the church's chambers, they see a girl with a green sweater where she sits in the parking lot for a while. And each day that goes by is worse. One loses hope after almost 3 days missing. We don't know what to do anymore. In my mind, I think someone took her.
No. It's worth noting that Telemundo 31 has been the only media outlet to have moved here to these areas of the city county to bring you these images. Also,
what the hell was that?
I was going to ask you the same thing. Do you have something playing in the background, sir?
I was wondering what the hell was that.
That's coming off of this video. That's what the hell? Hold on. Plug your ears just in case.
From Orange County. But there,
I think it's stuck for whatever reason, but
to imagine, we checked the apartment from Madeline Soto's mom, who is also wearing a yellow tape as part of the investigations.
Yolanda Zambrano told Telemundo 31 that her daughter, Jennifer Soto, worked the night before Madeline's disappearance on Monday, February 26, 2024, and it seems she woke up very tired, Yolanda says, and Jennifer told her boyfriend Stearns to take her home. I don't know if that's a faux pas of the translation dubbing tool, or if Yolanda really said home instead of Jen telling Stearns to take Maddie to school. All of these untruths may have been what was related to Yolanda by Jen via Stearns, but certain things are very similar to her daughter's interview, like when Yolanda said that in her heart, she feels like someone took Maddie. Something was postponed until Saturday. You can hear Yolanda begin to say, before the reporter speaks over that part of the interview's audio, Yolanda talks about the false sighting of a girl who wasn't Maddie, who sat near a church in a green sweater for a while, for a few minutes, before getting up and heading to school. We know now from police that Maddie was never dropped off at or near school that morning. Each day that goes by.
see, and I can't beg to wonder, you guys. I've seen some pictures of Maddie at 13, okay? Very recent pictures, like this one, I believe, and there was a picture with her in that dress with the ribbon, and another picture of her wearing a pretty decent amount of makeup. I gotta wonder if this was part of what the problem with Stearns is she's growing out of the stage that he seemed to like and growing up, and that's with a lot of these people, that's a problem. But I still can't not think or not wonder if he did drug her, possibly, because he's talking about tranquilizers and Ativan and stuff that he's got on hand. And I can almost pray to God that he did, because then she wouldn't have felt any pain. At that point, I can pray for that. So there would be another charge as well if that were to come back that way. So again, if she is, not to mention she's growing up mentally as well as emotionally and physically, first of all, these creeps don't like that, but she's starting to have her own mind too, and is able to say no and say, hey, this is a problem, and say, I'm going to say something and I'm going to do something. These are all motive, okay, in my opinion. Because, excuse my language again, this pussy piece of garbage bitch that he is couldn't handle that. He couldn't stand up to that, so he had to end it in my mind, at least. So sorry about interrupting again.
Is worse, Yolanda said back then, talking about losing hope 3 days after Maddie went missing. We don't know what to do anymore, she said. Now that we know a bit more than we knew a couple of weeks ago when we first learned of Maddie going missing, all we can do is watch and pray and be patient as police perform their due diligence in getting justice for the young girl. Madeline's Mass was held on Wednesday, March 6th, 2024, and words of hope were offered in the midst of tragedy.
Tonight, we come together in our grief, but we also come together in our belief. Our belief that even in the face of the darkest tragedies, the light of our Lord continues to shine, offering healing.
Matthew 25:13. Therefore be on the alert, be prepared and ready, for you do not know the day nor the hour when the Son of Man will come.
Hang on, guys. 1 second.
We got a caller.
Hold on, caller. Or not. You can try to call back if you'd like. I didn't think anybody was calling. Hold on, guys. I guess that ended right at the right time. So there again. Hey, Gray. If you want to go ahead and call back, Carla, you're welcome to. I'm going to put this up here for you guys to call in if you'd like while we're all up here. And poof, everybody's gone. We're all still here, though. Again, there's Plunder's link if you guys want to go over and check that out and like those videos. I'm sure she'd greatly appreciate it. I'm appreciative that she made those videos. Oh, hold on a minute.
Call from
Hello.
Carly.
Can you hear me?
To accept, press 1.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, how are you? I don't know. I have a lot of this case really pisses me off.
I'm sure. Who are we talking to today?
Carly from California.
Carly. Welcome, Carly. Thank you for calling in. Can everybody else hear Carly?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
I hope so. Okay. When the grandmother is speaking and it's translated, I heard the original,
Mm-hmm.
and the original does say that the mother had the daughter pick her up and take her to her. It doesn't say take her to school. So, in my opinion, I believe that she spent the night or he had her somewhere other than home.
Okay. So,
if that makes sense. The original translation, because I first heard it through Telemundo, and I speak Spanish, and I was like listening to it, and when it went on to like and I know sometimes it does, like the translation apps will kind of like autocorrect almost.
Yeah,
sometimes it gets, and it did say something to the effect of her, she was tired, and so her mother had the boyfriend pick her up and take her to her. So to me, it seems almost like, and then in his interview, he talks about having 2 residences. And it is just.
So do you think, well, his parents' residence was way further south, I believe. I can't remember how far away it was, but I can't imagine he would take her to his parents' house. But my understanding was that she had been spending the week with her grandmother, and then the party happened, and then that's where I'm kind of lost on that like where the scenario goes from there. So that's interesting.
Okay, so the grandma says that he picked her up. What if she meant that she picked her up from her residence, whatever time it was, like say early morning, and of course she wasn't wearing her school clothes, so it meant that she was taking her to her mom so that she could get ready.
Right.
I mean, I've like wrecked my brain with this because,
and he never did, is what you're saying
and
then?
he never did. And I don't think that monster ever went to work. I think she was having issues with the mother, with the family, because that happens a lot in Latin and Hispanic families, you know, like it's either one or none, you know, and maybe there was something going on. And because how come in one of the interviews she goes on to say that, well, oh, she was so happy with her presence when she got here, and she makes it sound like she's there. And she goes on to even say she was so tired she just jumped into bed. She didn't even touch her phone or her tablet.
Right.
Why say that? A kid that's excited about a party is going to go home and be on their tablet, be on their phone, and oh, my party was amazing, you know, and I got this and I got that, and they never said what she received. You know what I mean? It's just this. If they want to, like, okay, and I'm going a different direction, but if they want to attack Katie Proudfoot, and they have like nothing, you know, so far on her, and here is this one that, like,
Thank you.
I mean,
thank you.
it's like I don't know if I could say this, but I'd love to like just choke her out.
No, I agree. It's okay. You're fine.
Yeah, it's upsetting because it's like, as a mom, you see your child as of 8 years old that he was supposedly doing things to her. He wasn't her natural father. Even being a natural father, you set boundaries as the children grow, you know, and she's washing her clothing. She's not noticing. I mean, the things he was doing to her could have caused her physical, you know, scars and pain. And
I guarantee it did. And I'm going to tell you, those are things that my wife even said, that she does her laundry. You're going to see, not to be gross, but you're going to see remnants of things and that within the underwear
bedding,
and stuff like that.
bedding and things.
Yes, absolutely. So
and that Stefan Stearns does not look like he lifts a finger more than what he has to. He looks like the bum of all bums. He just, I mean, his voice is so eerie and creepy. And you know, I dated
for lack of language, he's a crybaby bitch, in my opinion. Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
1000%. Well, I dated a CO. We were dating for like 11 years, and we're still friends and stuff. But I mean, he could point out, and they're called, like you guys were talking about, like segregation, how they do take care of they're called EOPs. They're like considered dropouts, chomos, you know, the whole 9 yards. Okay, and from my understanding is, like, you know how he refused to take a shower and all those other things? He knows what he's doing, because then he's going to be considered mentally inept, sent over to EOP. He's going to be in a protected class, and he's going to live like mom said on your panel, three hots in a cot.
Absolutely. And we're all going to pay for that. Right.
Exactly. And that's like, you know, and my thing is like, as a mom, I was blessed to be able to be a stay-at-home mom. My ex-husband, he worked hard to be able to provide so that I could stay home, because I was very paranoid. I was paranoid about, like, leaving them with just anybody.
Yeah.
And, you know, and like they say, charity starts at home. So do learning things. And I mean, she didn't protect that kid from the beginning.
No.
And it's really upsetting. If anything, she was an accomplice. She was complacent. And she, if anything, was more to blame than he was, because she could have kicked his ass out anytime.
Oh, agreed. And I have other theories too, that she very possibly could have been jealous of the relationship as well, and been maybe even more involved than what we think she is.
That's what I think.
Because
why would she not kick him out? Why would she be complacent to keep him there?
And I think that here's another sick thing my wife brought up, that because they were on and off for so long, that she knew his attraction to her daughter, and that was the only way she could get him to come there, was by saying, come on, Maddie misses you. Maddie wants you here. So on and so forth.
Oh, so disgusting.
It is, but I can.
It's the truth.
I can feel this. You know what I mean? I mean, it makes sense to me, because that's her mentality too. Okay. Because she obviously,
and as a grandma, and I know that you're a grandpa, right? Okay, as a grandma,
yes,
it pisses me off that the grandma kind of, like, she seems like she was so disconnected, like the way she was just, like, you know, just telling her story, like she didn't, you take a blame no matter what. If you were good or you weren't, like, what could I have done wrong? What did I do wrong? What could I have done better? If you don't, you pick up the pieces. Even if you have adult children, you're there for your grandkids.
And I have to wonder also, with that being said, it was stated here earlier that her father, Tyler Wallace,
hmm
Jen had kept him from seeing her for a while now. And I got to wonder if it was out of fear of Maddie
Oh yeah,
saying something to him and him stopping the whole shutting this all down and them all getting in trouble.
he
That's
seemed more. Like he felt like a guilt. Like you could see it in him more than what the mom did, and she was the one to blame. If she's keeping her, she was
Mhm.
keeping her
I
from him
feel,
for a
yeah,
reason.
I feel horrible for him. I really do.
Yeah.
She did this for a reason. What reason do you have to keep a child from the father other than out
And then
of
they said that like the whole thing, like how she was getting child support and this and that, and I don't think it was for just that. I think it was to keep her from spilling the beans, so to say. And what really irritates me is that in like how Doctora Latina, she goes in there a lot, she
yes,
talks about how
yes.
the Latin community, they kind of have a different dynamic. They're hush and what doesn't happen outside of your home you don't talk about. And it is true in some cases. And I'm not trying to say because I'm but coming from Colombia and things like that, they come from a different dynamic. They suffer a lot in their country, and when they
Right.
come here, and it's different. And Jen, I know that like they say she had a gastric bypass, and she probably had very low self-esteem. And once she started getting attention, she was
Mm-hmm.
going to do anything to keep that attention,
Yes, ma'am.
and at the cost of her daughter. And if anything, I hope that something happens with her, because she totally deserves. She deserves to be right there in
I
the
think
same
I think
same.
that she's, in my opinion, I said a little bit ago, I think that she's worse than him at some point because
Yeah,
that was her daughter and
in her home.
and she facilitated this whole thing, in my opinion. So
And what the hell is this about cuddling? That almost made me throw up. Like, what grown man cuddles a 13-year-old girl while her mother isn't there, and it doesn't send red flags, especially him, that he's not her father. And that gives him, like, that's like giving him, like, just here, take my daughter and she's yours. It's just, people like that just really irritate me and give
hold on,
society, like,
hold on 1 second. I'm sorry.
okay.
Christy Jennings says I'm gonna leave before my trigger comes. Dago, would you just rewind and hear what was said? That bomb more blame
To blame
more
the mom more than the
to blame
monster.
the more than the monster. Please do listen. They're both okay. He's guilty, horribly guilty for what he's done. I'm
Mhm.
saying, as a mother, if you were involved and know this, then I'm not blaming her more. I'm blaming her just as much because you allowed for this to happen. You facilitated it in your own home. That's what I'm saying.
And you know what? No matter what, you're 1,000% right, because I'm a mother and I'm saying that myself. That's like me, whatever I allow in my home, I'm responsible for, no one else. If it happens and I continuously allow it to happen, I am more to blame than whoever I bring. Like they say, you bring evil into your home,
Yes,
and she
yes.
brought, the ultimate. So she had to have known. There was no way. She was nervous. She was lying. She couldn't get her story straight. There was
Hmm.
1,001 different stories, and
Absolutely.
I believe that whatever medication they were giving Maddie for her ADHD, they were passing it on to one another, because they
Mm,
didn't even seem like they were really, really like sure that she had ADHD. So
right, right.
I don't
And
know.
Christy, I'm sorry if what I said upset you or offended you. I don't mean that to upset anybody in here. I'm saying that I don't see this any other way. Okay, as a parent, everybody that I've
Absolutely.
spoken to, I can't see it any other way. I'm sorry. And my goal is not to upset anyone, to offend anyone by any means. I'm just speaking my opinion. You don't have to
Mhm.
agree with me by any means, but that is my opinion. I'm sorry.
And it doesn't, just not laid out like as like a blanket statement either. It's for
No,
situations like this. It doesn't mean that just because you're a
this
mother, you're
right.
responsible for, but you are responsible for everything that happens in your home. If you can't control what's in your home, then what do you control?
Yeah, and please understand
So,
that's not a blanket statement. She's right. I mean, for
yeah, it's
this
not.
circumstance specifically, I have to blame her,
Hmm.
because she knows too much, in my opinion, of what was going on, and allowed for it to go on. And I'm going to say this: even if this woman was being abused by him to force her to allow this to happen, you fight for your children, whether it's your life or
Hmm.
not. I would give my life for my children right now as we speak. Period. That's just
Absolutely.
how that works.
Absolutely.
So I'm sorry. I cannot go against what I said. I can't.
And she wasn't like some kind of like mousy person that just stayed in her home. She had a job.
Hmm.
She had outside, supposedly, she went out, she partied and certain things. So it wasn't like she was moused down to, and he didn't seem like he was all that, he wasn't like macho by any means. He seems like a wimp.
Yeah, she seemed like she was the one that wore the pants in the family, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, and I hope no one takes it as a blanket statement. It's not, because a lot of us parents, we do everything in our ability. Accidents happen, things happen, and but it's what you do to rectify those things, and it doesn't mean to keep him in the home because you feel like you can't be without a man.
Hmm.
So,
Um,
in all, I love your channel, and I love Clue and everybody, my mom and Kimber. Kimber's so funny.
she
She adds
is.
to
She is.
it. But you have a great community, and I'm in and out of here so often. Like I chat, but it's so much easier to give a call and just have have
Absolutely.
this kind of like
I love hearing from you guys like live, your voices.
yeah, because you can kind of just have that banter. You can just kind of talk to one another, and it's not lost in a text message. I'm not a text message, but like in chat, sometimes things don't come off as we
Yes,
mean them.
yes. I think there's more
But
emotion in voices,
mhm.
and that's why I don't believe in texting on the phone. I call people
Oh,
because there's
yeah.
no emotion in texting, and you can't tell how somebody really feels. So I agree,
And
and
it can
thank
get you
you.
in trouble.
Yeah, well, absolutely,
Sometimes
and
it gets you. Yeah.
thank you so much. You said
Yeah,
Carly?
thank
Is it
you. Yeah.
Carly?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
in there. Yeah, I'm in there. Carly
Cl-
Ray, every
Okay.
once in a
Oh,
while. But yeah, I called in at Clues, and she's awesome. You guys have a really nice panel, and I appreciate. I think you guys. I only visit your guys' channels now because everything else is such a mess sometimes. So,
it can
but
be. Thank you, Carly.
but yeah, but
We
don't
appreciate
feel
you.
bad about feeling like that, because you heard it from a mom, and I say the same thing. And I think you're an amazing dad. So
Thank you very
you
much.
keep
Thank
doing
you.
what you do. Okay, have a wonderful day.
All right, hon.
Everybody have a wonderful day.
You too, and
Much
God
love.
bless.
Hmm.
Bye bye.
You too. Bye bye.
Awesome caller. Thank you so much, Carly. Mom said, "Can we keep her?" I agree. I agree. Absolutely agree. One sec. All right. Sorry, there was some background noise going on. Um, excuse me. Yeah, I agree with everything she said. And again, if there's anybody that is in here or that is listening, such as Christy, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I can't. I speak on what I believe. I stand by what I say. If I feel something strongly like that, and I do, there's nothing I can say. I'm sorry you are offended, yes, and I'm sorry that you feel that way, yes, but I'm not sorry that I feel the way I do. Um, are you still in here, Kimber, or do I need to put your link back in for you? I guess she's not. Hold on, Kimber. Sorry. Mom, you're still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Clue, you're still here? Clue's muted and probably doing something else.
Yeah, I zoned out. My bad.
You're all right. You're all right. Any comments from either of you two on that caller?
Great caller, and I appreciate her insight and much love. And like I said, can we keep her? Because
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
always great to hear the community, and I loved hearing from the community. A lot of people don't feel comfortable coming up on panels, You know,
Right.
so having the call-ins is phenomenal because it gives the community a way to express themselves live
Mm-hmm.
action for everybody to hear. And, you know, without you guys, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here without you guys because what's the point of sitting and staring at yourself
Amen.
and, you know,
Yes.
talking to yourself and expressing your own feelings to yourself? It doesn't get very far. So without a community, you know, it takes a village. And you guys hear me say
Right.
that on the end of every one of my lives. It takes a village. And that's what we are, is a village and a voice for the voiceless.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
yeah,
agree.
she's a keeper and I appreciate everything she said.
Absolutely. It's okay, Clue. I get it. I get it. You're good. Welcome back, Kimber.
Thank
I
you.
don't I don't know what happened, but I just realized I couldn't see you, so sorry about
I'll
that,
hit the
whatever it was.
button.
You always hit the button.
You
Always
know
hit.
me.
Yes, ma'am. So yeah, again, I have to agree with her with everything that I've seen. There's no other, in my opinion, I should say, until law enforcement can show me something different. I That's what I think. That's what I believe, and I feel that she absolutely deserves just as much punishment as he does, if not more, in some senses, because you facilitated this. Okay, and you had to have allowed for this to go on 5 years. 5 years. And I'm sorry, but I can't say that in 5 years that a mother, if you're any kind of a mother, no doesn't notice any differences in your child. I I'm a father and I notice differences in my children when they start having issues with different things. You see it, you know? That's a big one. You had to have noticed something unless you're just not there. Um, I don't get it. I just don't get it. So, Kimber, any comments since you just got to come back up here? I'm sorry for that again.
It wasn't your fault. It was my fault.
Well, I apologize for everything. You know how I
No,
am.
I think the caller was totally on point. I mean, she was totally on point. Um, I think that I mean, I think okay, as long as the abuse went on, I would say that Jen Soto had an idea, but I can't. You know, but there are cases where, you know, it might happen and somebody might not have an idea, you know, if it happens like once or twice, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the kid doesn't tell. But as long as it went on, Jen Soto knew. I believe that Jen Soto should, like I said, suffer as much as Steven Stearns does because Stephen Stearns. Sorry, Stephen. He doesn't matter if we mispronounce his name because he's not important enough to have his name pronounced correctly.
Right.
Um,
He's an oxygen thief, my
yes,
opinion.
yes. Um, but you know, her story doesn't add up. She's lied.
For
She's
him.
obviously covered. She's obviously somebody's covering for somebody here. It's
Well,
just a matter of we know what he did, but it's just a matter of figuring out what her part is in all of this because she's had a hand in it.
well, not to mention she literally, like Clue just said, lied for him. She stood there
Yeah,
massaging his shoulders as he fake boohooed about whatever he was making himself cry about, and she's the strong one, Michelle. Oh, patting him and this. Are you serious?
right. And that's when she was still missing. And yeah, it's sick. It's sick.
That
And
was one of the most disgusting displays I've ever seen of anything in my life. I'll be honest.
right, and you know that Jen had to know that he was sleeping with her daughter.
Hmm. Well,
So
she did know we like literally sleeping in the same bed. She
yeah,
put that out there. Period. So
yeah. So I mean, just there's just too much sickness in this, and I mean, as far as not sickness, it's just sick.
yeah, yes,
It's
I
just
agree.
sick.
I do agree. Clue, do you have anything else to add?
Um, Not really. The simple fact that she lied about seeing her that morning, for me personally, as a regular individual, it just shows me that you cared more about him than you did her.
Right.
Which lets me believe that you absolutely probably knew what was going on.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I know that someone's rough for you too. And it's hard for a lot of people. It's hard to sit and listen to his pathetic, pitiful voice and boohoo and all. I just can't, So
I think I don't like either one of them. You know what I mean? I don't blame, honestly, either one of them more than the other.
I get it. I
Like
got you.
I can't do that because both parties had the opportunity to say, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not
Right.
going to allow this. And neither one did, right? Like,
That's it. Yep. Yeah, they're both, like I said earlier, I think they're both just as guilty. And both deserve the exact same punishment, in my opinion. I did say maybe her a little bit more because she facilitated, but I guess, I see what you're saying too.
I'm trying not to piss anybody off, but honestly, yes,
I don't care. Yeah.
100%, I would, you lady, it's not hard to walk away. It's really not. People think it is. People get it in their head. I can't do this alone. If it's going to save your child, do it. Like it literally takes closing the door behind you. And like the person who called pointed out, she wasn't some locked up lady without no means. She was working. Like, I can
Where,
tell you that's like, when you
where
get to work, make the call.
they lived in a gated community, folks. They lived in a very nice area. She had the ability to do what she needed to do. Um, no, there's no excuse. They're both. You're right. It's just there's at any point in time, right from wrong. You turn, you walk away, you stop him, you call the police, you do this, you do whatever you got to do to protect that. What I can't get past is I know how mothers bond with their children. They carry that baby in their body for 9 months. They nurture that child from the moment they're born, or before they're born. To be able to do all of that and then allow this to happen to your child, there's something really, really wrong deep inside. I'm sorry. So I will not accept the mental whatever you want to give me for that. You're still a mother. That's just a natural instinct, folks. And for you to push that to the side just for a man, no. There's no answer. There's no excuse. There's no reason. Sorry.
It's really hard to like talk about it because
It is.
it's more like, if you look at the absolute, and it sounds terrible, like if you look at the worst part of that, right? You're doing that for a man who truly, you have to question, is that man really into you? You know
Right.
what I
And
mean? So you're doing it for a not man at all.
No,
Not even your man.
That's right. He was there. He was there with her for her child, not her. That's evident. We know that. Okay. That's probably, in my opinion, at least, the reason why he hooked up with her, because he found out she had a child. This is what these guys do. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but it very well could have. Okay. So, that's not surprising to me. She had to have caught on to that at some point when he starts spending all the time with her that he's spending and not with Jen. You don't get that? You're that desperate that you're willing to basically hand your child over to this monster just to give you what you think in your mind is happiness? No, sorry. And it goes both ways. It goes both ways. When I got divorced from the creature, I got full custody of my children. I would not have them around anybody because I didn't trust any other women. I dated other women, yes, but they didn't beat my children until Brandy, who was my babysitter, and I was hers, and my best friend got together, and to the point where I could trust that. Okay. That's how long that took. So there's that. Just saying, it goes both ways. So let's see here. I don't think anybody else has said anything new. Again, Carly, I appreciate your input today very much. Mom, you as well. Clue, Kimber, always, of course. I think that's gonna do it for today, guys. It's very this show is trying when we cover this stuff and this topic, especially this case. Like she said, it's very hard to talk about, very hard to watch, and it's very hard to think about. So
Can I just say one more thing?
please do.
Can I tell you how ridiculous, and I mean absolutely ridiculous, I think it is that the fisherman who heard the gunshot from Micah Miller is still being drugged through the mud?
Is he really?
Yes, he did a thing on News Nation yesterday, well, like last night, because he's still getting like harassed online. And like the title is "I didn't do this," and it's like
Hold on
I
a
don't
minute.
know,
Let
it's
me see something.
unbelievable.
Let me see real quick. I can't believe that. That's insane. That man is going to live with this for the rest of his life alone, thinking he could have done something that he didn't do. Let me see if this is. That's insane, you guys. Leave this man alone. It's from yesterday, you said? Yeah.
It was like 18 hours ago. Go down, man. See the title of that.
Let me see
It
here.
said something like fisherman who heard Micah Miller crying, comma, gunshot, colon, in parentheses, or in the little one parenthesis, I did not do this.
Okay.
Miller's death has been suspicious from the get-go. Even after police officially ruled it a suicide and shared plenty of evidence, her family still has questions. There was no eyewitness to Micah's death that day. There was, however, an ear witness, a fisherman, who was out on the lake at the time of Micah's death. And he says he heard Micah crying just before the fatal gunshot rang out. That fisherman took News Nation's investigative correspondent Rich McHugh on his boat to the exact spot where Micah died. And Rich joins me now live. Rich, that's sort of been the last piece that a lot of people have been trying to put together in this story of Micah's final hours. Tell me about what the fisherman was able to tell you about and what his experience was.
Oh man, actually, there's so much here. This is a guy that I've been trying to reach since the beginning of covering this story. Finally was able to reach him, and he agreed to meet me at the state park. I said, look, I'm going to be here all day. He finally agreed to meet. And he said, look, I want to clear up my name in this. Like, he says he's being dragged into allegations online, social media and whatnot. But I also wanted to see firsthand, like, where this took place, because there's so many questions about how she got there and why she was there. And it's all just so confusing to somebody who's been reporting on this. He graciously took us out for about a half an hour and allowed me to interview him. He didn't want his face on camera or me to name him, but he walked through what he experienced, and we have some of that sound right here. Let's take a look.
I heard a cry back when I came in, where I told you I started hearing the crying at. Then I heard a gunshot. That was probably about 2 minutes or so after I started hearing the cry. It might have been a little bit longer than that. And I heard a gunshot. It wasn't a loud gunshot. And then the crying just stopped. Right about here, that's when I heard the gunshot. The gunshot went off.
From which side? Over here on the left?
To the left. That's where I heard the gunshot.
In there?
Uh-huh. That's when the crying stopped. That looks totally different from when I came in here. Anyway.
Was it low water when you were here?
No, it was actually less water than what's in here now. So that's the area I went in through with my boat.
How do you get in there if you're not in a boat?
You can't get in there if you. What do you mean?
How was she in there?
There's a path that comes in there. That's what I told them. Yeah. There was a path that comes into here. So you can. There's paths all in this river, and there was a path leading straight to where her belongings were laying at.
And then how did you come across her stuff, her belongings?
I just seen it laying up on the bank when I pulled up in here. Yes, sir. It was laying up on the bank. I don't know why I grabbed it. I just grabbed it. Didn't ever look at it or nothing. I got out and I looked around because there was a clearing on the left and the right, and I looked around because I felt like something was wrong, but I never seen nothing. I took the stuff, put it in my boat, went back to the landing. Her driver's license, her bank card, she had her keys, $500, a little over $500. Every bit of that money got back.
It was not a wallet? It was a wallet?
It was what they call, I guess, ladies call them fanny pack.
Now, I have a question about that. I heard that before. I'm not saying she didn't do this, okay? But if you're going to go do something like this, are you going to take all that stuff with you to do it? You're going to take money, you're going to take,
I don't
you know
know
what I
about
mean?
the money, but it's possible that I would maybe, not that I would ever do something like this, but I'm just saying you would take your ID, right?
That's it, really, just the ID. I would think that way you can be identified.
But like,
she also called 911 to say who she was and where she was, remember?
yeah, but I mean, if say they don't send someone to look for you, you know what I mean? At least if someone finds you, then
Yeah.
you may be easily identifiable, you know what I mean?
Yeah, she might have also been out of her mind a little bit from stress because of the situation and not thought. So yeah, I get that too. I don't know. That's just a little bit different for me. That's all. Her phone was in the car. Why wasn't everything else? This is a good point too, AG. I don't know. I don't know, guys. There's a couple questions I have with this, but you know, it is what it is.
Thanks.
What do you say to the people accusing you of being a part of this?
Quit trying to be investigators. I did not do this. There was no way in the world I would harm anybody like that. Even my worst enemy, I would not do nothing like that. I was just here fishing. I can understand people, thinking stuff. It did look odd, but people's going to think stuff. I've even been trying to figure out what happened.
Now, a couple quick things. Actually, he says this is the last interview he's doing. He wants to do this to try and clear his name on social media. Having been there at the site where this happened, Ashley, I gotta say the only thing I could think of was like, how in the world did she get back in there? And after talking with her family, knowing that she had to walk through waist deep water to get there, you can only wonder, like, why? Like, why would she go to these lengths to get into that area?
Yeah, I mean, it's so sad, especially since she seemed to want to be found. That's why she called 911 to let them know.
That's another question I have. Once I saw this area,
That's weird.
Why here? Why did you have to go? You could have gone anywhere to do this that was hidden, you know?
Why waste deep water?
I don't know. That's weird to me.
I mean, that could have been a place that she really liked. I mean, it is pretty, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I guess that, yeah. I don't know. I get it.
Know where she was. Rich, tomorrow you've got another exclusive interview with the gas station owner where Micah was maybe last seen alive. I'll look forward to that. And thank you for doing this reporting. And please give our regards to that fisherman.
You bet.
And great thanks to him for taking us on that tour.
I want to respond to Terry real quick. I'm not sure I'm not even sure if I'm on the same page as the question she's asking me. It says, Chris said, I guess Katie needed to call him first because 911 didn't work there. A woman that is told that if you call a YouTuber, you're going to be told you're also doing the wrong thing. So as far as I know, 911 works everywhere, even if your phone is turned off.
Mm-hmm.
And second of all, if I'm not sure how you're wording that or if I'm reading it wrong, but as a woman, when my son was missing, I'll be totally honest with you, and this is 100% looking you straight in the camera. When my son was missing, I called my old man, and then I called law enforcement because he's my protector. He's my go-to guy. He's the one that I need to go to. Now, as far as calling YouTubers, I have personally said it many a times. If you have a tip, don't call a YouTuber.
Never.
Call
Well,
law enforcement.
and I think what people probably should, like, I know it's death to the proud feats, but what people should take into account is I don't find that abnormal at all to call your husband.
No,
I
Brandy would have done
don't.
the same thing.
Right.
I
And
don't
I'm not going to judge her for that for sure. But another thing I will say is if people would step back and just understand and think about the entire situation. So if he calls 911, it's going to route to somewhere in Memphis
Mm-hmm.
where he was sitting. So I think the
Wait
reason
forever.
right, and I think the reason he called, because then you got to explain, well, where's the emergency? What, you know what I mean? Well, let me
That's
transfer you. Like it
that's
makes sense.
that's why he said he did it, because he called directly to the sheriff's dispatch, because he knows, and he's right. It happens wherever his call is coming from. 911 is going to triangulate that, and that's where you're going to get the call to. That doesn't work for his situation. He needed them to be there where she was, not where he was. Period. So, absolutely, that makes perfect sense. And again, in defense of that, my wife actually said that she would have done that. And because in a situation like this, you call the one you're closest to that supports you, the parent, the other parent, whatever you want to call it.
Well,
I can't find him. What do I do? What do you think? Do you think maybe we could find out where he's at? What do you think? That's just a normal reaction, I think. Go ahead, please.
Let's play this the other way for just a second and see which one makes more sense, right? So she calls him because she's in a panic. He calls the sheriff's department because he knows he can't call 911.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's the one scenario where the kid ran away. Let's go the other scenario. She did something to him, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And she's smart enough to get away with it for this long. Why would she call and do something that immediately looks so sketchy as calling him and having him call the sheriff's office? If she'd have done something, she'd have called 911 herself.
Right.
Yeah.
The kid ran out of that house.
I agree with that.
I feel that way too.
I agree with facts as far as what you're saying. But I mean, just like myself personally, being a woman, if something happens, like, and like I said, when my son pulled what he did, I didn't call law enforcement first. I called my old man. And hell,
Right.
he was doing tree work in Texas during a hurricane.
And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it. I'm just just presenting it as in which looks like a sketchier situation to the general public that have very few details of it, right? Everybody immediately jumps to, well, why didn't she call 911? And I get that. It looks suspicious. It raises an eyebrow till you really evaluate the scenario and think about it. And it's like, yeah, okay.
They still called law enforcement, so either way, just because it wasn't 911, it was still directly to the sheriff's department. So, in my opinion,
Well,
that's better.
and for me, like there's women in here. Y'all know how it is. Like, your man is very good at reeling you in
Mm-hmm.
when you are not to be fair, in your right mind at the moment.
Some people don't handle stressful situations and need somebody to help them do it. Brandy's the same exact way. She would have went into way more of a panic than Katie did, and I would have had to handle that situation all on my own. So yes, I know what you're saying.
Well, and
But
it's like
Terry,
it's your calm place. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
Terry, again, I'm not being disrespectful by any means. I don't know if I'm reading your comments wrong or if I've just been in work too damn long today. But we don't know for sure she was in an abusive situation. That's all speculation.
I can't find the comment. I'm looking for it.
in an abusive situation.
There is no way that in general 911 is the first call. What if you are in an abusive situation? Why call the abuser? This wasn't an abusive situation. This was a missing child.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
you
when
found,
you're in,
I get what she's saying, and she's probably answering her own question. If she felt comfortable enough to call him, she's probably not in an abusive situation.
Yes,
I said,
yes. There,
I'm looking at
there.
work dog, so I'm probably reading it wrong. But even going from another point is if you are in an abusive situation, a lot of times your brain is codependent.
Uh-huh.
So you're going to reach out to that person, whether they're the most horrible piece of shite ever in the world. You're so cold and abused, and you've broken. I mean, that's what it boils down to. You're broken, so you're going to go to that person. You're going to call that person before you call anyone else.
I just think it's, I don't know, the whole thing just angers me to no extent because it's like you got two people, one woman, one man. The man, we learned the other night, was in the military for 13 years.
Mm-hmm.
16 years, dude. The military don't put up with no crap.
Mm-mm.
They throw you the heck out if you mess up, screw up. There ain't many second chances in the military.
Mm-hmm.
16 years, and he was able to like behave himself, but all of a sudden he can't anymore. Bro,
Right.
be for real right now.
Who are you referring to, Nicole? As far as that, what you mean by that comment? Somebody in particular? Myself? I'm not angry if you are. I just curious so I can regulate it the right way. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with how that situation went down. I just don't. I've analyzed that situation. We've talked about it multiple times. She called her husband. They called together, the dispatch, which he knows is going to be a faster response. That makes absolute sense to me. Meanwhile, he told her go out and look for him, I guess, or she decided to do that. While they're still doing that, what is wrong with any of this? I don't get that.
I don't either. I just wish people would really just stop, like with the mass. Oh, okay. So just like with this fisherman, right? Oh, fisherman bad. He didn't do what he should have. And it's like, y'all, just go back to your roots. Start
Mm-hmm.
using your brain. You know what I mean?
Well, and
Mm-hmm.
I think taking personal experience out of the equation, right? Because I
Yes.
see a lot of comments and a lot of chatter where I know what an abusive man is like because this, or I know what an abused child situation is like, so this, right? And I get that those emotions are, are going to get triggered by talking about these situations, but they can't overpower the logic of the situation and just applying the logic to the situation because that's how innocent people get convicted of crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Got you, Nicole. I understand now. Yeah, I agree with that, Cletus. I do very much so.
And as far as what Terry asked about, what do women do? You call somebody. There's hotlines that you can call. If you don't feel comfortable calling 911, there's hotlines that you can call. Go to a church. In a case like that, that's totally different. Call a YouTuber if that's who you feel comfortable calling and talking to. Give them your address. Have them do a wellness check on you. There are things that you can do. There are lots of hotlines. Like my website is on my community wall. You are more than welcome to go on there. And there are a whole 2 pages of hotlines where you can reach out for help. And please share that out because it's all over the world. I don't just have it in the United States. I have hotlines for the world, any hotline that I could find. But don't stay in an abusive situation.
211. There's multiple different numbers you can call for that. They're absolutely. I do agree. That's absolute true. Yes, absolutely. And I agree with you, Clue. That they need to leave that man alone. He was out there fishing, minding his own business, and unfortunately happened to be in the same area that this all went down in. At least from what we can all see, that's how it's been shown to us. I don't see any reason for him to be attacked. I don't get that.
Didn't they wait too? Like, didn't they not? I haven't kept up with this case,
Mm-hmm.
but did they not wait to send someone out there? Like, it wasn't right away, right?
I think there was a bit of a delay on the response. Yeah, I do. I believe that's how that went. I don't know, guys. That case, and it's getting stranger. Something's not right with it. Yes, I'll say that much. In the very beginning, before I knew anything, you hear what you hear. I was just kind of like, okay, she made a decision to do something, and now we're here. But again, just like with Sebastian's case, in the beginning, we all thought something from what we were shown, and a lot of us have gone in a completely different direction from what we thought in the very beginning. I know I have, Clue has, Kimber has, I believe Baum has. A lot of people have gone from the very first 2 days that we've looked at that, 3 days, we've gone in a different direction because you learn more facts about it, and that's how this works, So it's just the way it happens, in my opinion. So I just think they need to leave him alone unless they come out with some blatant evidence against this man. Leave him alone. He did what he was supposed to do as a private citizen, and for his own words, is suffering in some sense mentally because he didn't respond in the way he thought he should have and could have prevented something he thinks maybe. So that's my opinion on it. There's a lot of people that may not agree with me, and I respect you. I respect your opinions on it too. I understand that completely, and that's okay. So, I guess that's it then. Anybody else?
No, I agree. Leave the man alone. He has to live with it every day. He has to go to bed every night thinking about the fact that woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Mm-hmm.
Let that man fish in peace. He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't know. He didn't know what she was going to do. He didn't know what was going on. He just heard somebody crying, and then he heard a gunshot, and the crying stopped. But he didn't know what was gonna. He didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah, and
So
it's as
leave
far as
him
him,
alone.
right? And as far as him picking up the belongings, I would have done the same thing. I would have grabbed those things to take them in just in case somebody lost that stuff to turn it
Yeah.
in. That's what we do as people, guys. He went and looked. He didn't see anything. Didn't hear anything else. What else could he do? He grabbed them and he went on about his way to do what he had to do. That's the
Well, I
same
mean,
thing I would have done.
furthermore, how did he even know it was like a person?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You
That's
know what I
true.
mean? It could have
Well,
been an animal.
the crying, he did hear the crying. I get that. But
Yeah, but by the time you I don't know, I just look at it like in my head, I'd be going, gosh, that sounds like a person, but you wouldn't expect a person to be right there. You know what I mean?
no, right, not like that. And that is it like that's like a bayou, right? Like a swampy
I mean,
type
it's like a
bayou type thing.
swampy area. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But even after you heard a gunshot, you're darn sure not going to charge into the woods.
No,
Like, that's crazy.
no, you don't run towards guns. You run away from them. That's just normal,
And in the world we live in, you don't know if it was and this is a completely different. You don't know if it was a staging.
Yeah.
I mean, this goes far back as Bonnie and Clyde. You don't
Could have
know
been
if
a setup,
something that was
right?
staged.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like that could have been a setup to draw him in there to do something to him, rob him or whatever. You don't know. Things are crazy nowadays, folks. These are facts. These are facts. Have a good day, Paula. Thank you for joining us.
There's some guy in your chat that walks his pet fish.
Yeah, I saw. He's hey, whatever floats his boat.
What?
Walk it away.
Oh, Truth. You didn't give Truth no link today. He's going to yell at you tomorrow, just so you know.
He just now came in here when I was shutting the show down. Otherwise, he would have had one.
It don't matter. He's going to yell at you tomorrow. I got yelled at today.
I have no way to get a hold of him to give him a link other than when he comes in here. So it's his fault without not giving me the option to reach him. Otherwise, he would have had one, and he knows
Do you
that
hear
too.
that, Truth? Victim blaming right there. Ain't that some stuff?
Well, if he wasn't so busy out walking his damn fish, maybe he would have gave me some way to get a hold of him. You know what I'm saying? Just saying.
Oh.
Yeah, but either way, that's true though. Some people are definitely stupid enough to run towards gunshots. That ain't no lie. I've seen it happen.
Why do I have an image in my head of Truth with a goldfish on a leash now?
Because it's totally something he would do.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I guess that's why.
Yes. Alicia wants to know if you're going live tonight, Miss Clue.
People keep asking me this.
Mm-hmm. They do.
I got to put a bra on for that. Like, y'all know how not like with
Oh
that I am
my
right now.
God. Gotta put a bra on. We don't want to have to do that stuff. That's horrible when you got to put a bra. I know I hate when I have to do it, but it is what it is sometimes.
I think Clue's still trying to get her Zen on from last night.
Oh no, I'm good.
Oh.
I just want y'all to understand something, and this is probably something I should reiterate on my channel. When I'm loud and what most people seem to find the word to describe as aggressive, it doesn't mean I'm mad. I'm just a very...
She's like Truth with a high-pitched voice.
There you go.
That I can definitely say yes is true. Why
I'm
can't
good over here, but I will show my whole arse on my channel. So.
Mm-hmm. Your channel's fun. I like hanging out on your channel. It's a lot of fun.
That's my front porch is the way I look at it, Clue. And if they don't like it, they can click right off.
Right.
Because I have a tendency to get loud too. And especially if I'm upset at a situation, not angry, but upset at a situation, there will be adult language. And I do come out of character a little bit but it's my front porch. If I want to sit up there and rock and cuss and yell and rant and scream, then that's mine.
Amen to that one.
Oh, Tomboy did get kicked from the group last night.
She did what?
She was in another group and got kicked.
Nuh-uh.
A group? What's a group?
Tomboy?
Yeah.
Which group was it?
Oh, on Facebook, I'm guessing.
Oh.
No, it was on YouTube.
Well, guys, there's Clue's link if you guys haven't checked her out, or I'm sure most of you have. But please go over there, subscribe, check it out. It's definitely worth watching. I'll tell you that much. It's fully entertaining, 100%. Excuse me. But there's the link. Please show some love if you haven't subscribed. For those of you that have and have helped her to break that 10K barrier, you guys rock and roll and are amazing. And thank you for doing that and showing the support to her that you do. And of course to my channel as well.
We got to get you there, Dingo.
Here, all alone, nobody here to hold me.
Hold me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Truth. I'll virtually. No, I won't. No, I won't. No, I won't.
Please don't say that on. Please don't say that on.
No,
YouTube,
I won't.
You know somebody's gonna flip it.
No, I know. I won't. Again, guys, another link here for another amazing creators channel. Mind of Monsters. This awesome lady sitting up here to the right beside me. Please go over there, check out her channel. There's the link. Show some love. You will not be disappointed. I can absolutely promise you that as well. Amazing content, amazing person, just amazing all the way around. So, and thank you for being and doing what you do, Mom. We appreciate you.
Truth, when this ends, call me. If you're still in here.
Absolutely, Moonchild. Y'all are a bunch of bullies now, crying in the corner. No, you're not. Stop it. If we didn't know you, we'd feel bad for you, but we know you. There's the problem.
Wait, I thought you were walking your fish, your pet fish. Now you're in the corner with your stuffed animal. Will you make up your mind?
Yeah, Truth did. It's up on the screen. He said that. I said, no, you're not.
He needs a heckle fish.
You know, he's kind of sensitive at times. Like,
yes.
You know what I mean?
We
I
can.
don't
We can be.
I don't think he's sensitive enough to be in the corner with his stuffed animal, and we're bullies.
The fact that he admits he has a stuffed animal is enough for me to go all night on.
Yeah, right.
I love everyone here, and nobody's gonna tell me I can't not be here. Period. That's right. Tell him, Angel of Virtue. I love it. Yes. Where are we at here? Truth and Jacob stood up for you at the start. Well, of course I did. I always will. He's a good guy.
He'll stand up for you, but he won't send you no link.
I'm ending the show.
He has a mouse stuffed animal. Why do I not doubt that?
On a stick?
On a stick with poop on it?
On a stick with poop on it? Did you poop on your stuffed animal?
Do you know what somebody sent me today? They literally sent me these cat toys and they're mouses on wooden sticks. And they were like, you have got to get these and give them away.
The Truth Channel will be up in the next few days.
There's a link. There's a link, Truth. You can jump up here to help me end the show.
Truth is starting a channel?
Yes. Yes.
What?
As he should.
It'll be about him walking his pet fish.
I am so there.
And his mouse is the shit.
Yeah, but he has to, guys, we have to get him 50 subs before he can go live.
Yeah,
I don't
because I'm
understand.
not loved like that, apparently. And for the record, my fish is highly disrespected by y'all not giving him the courtesy of saying hello, and y'all laughed at him. Okay, in case y'all didn't know, my fish is named Tony. He's a cool fish. Sometimes he's a little hot-headed. He'll be blowing a lot of bubbles if you're not careful.
That's what messed up.
But I want y'all to know that my mouse is the shit, right? And he's the shit because, well, he's sticking around. If you know what I'm saying.
You all see this, right? There he is walking his fish.
How did you get that picture or that video? You have been in my shit.
That looked like my pleco.
I can do anything.
Look like a what?
Pleco.
My plecopotamus.
I think that. Yo, can I ask a question? Because I'm gonna start some shit now. Since it's the end of your live, I'm gonna really start some shit. Why are people being racist on here?
I know. Did y'all see Smiley? She is out of her mind.
How you gonna call somebody a black mouth knowing that's not the words you wanted to use?
Yeah, that was evident what that was. Period. There's no two ways.
She was biting her tongue so hard with her gums, her dentures ran away.
Something's wrong with y'all.
I'm dead.
Fix it,
I'm
man.
dead.
Fuck
That
this.
was too much.
Oh, language. Sorry, Dago. Sorry, guys. I have a filthy mouth. I apologize. By the way, anybody want to hang out with Rickety Cricket? Apparently, he's making the rounds and setting up fucking interviews. Sorry, language again.
Rickety Cricket.
Are you serious?
Rickety Cricket is wanted.
Well, we found him this morning.
No, that's right. He's no longer wanted. There was a bolo out, and then we found him, so there's no longer a bolo out. But that's okay. You know why? Because I'm on a Clues Trolls.
No, hold on.
Because
I don't care about it. How many of y'all actually sat there and watched that shit and was like, believed it? Just not even think she was lying, but how many people just believed it?
Believed what?
That Jiminy Cricket was like, oh, I just want to scream from the mountaintop. Y'all are effing blinded. Like the entire thing, with all due respect, in my opinion, was all set up. Every single bit of it.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Even down to Trevor Lee being in the room, just so happened to be in there when Seth called in. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, all of it. Just everything.
100%. They wanted to bring attention to that ride. I'm telling y'all that everything they do on that side is orchestrated to the T.
Yeah.
Just like last night, what did Tony say? There's a Amber Alert with an unknown vehicle. You're lying, dude.
And then, with all due respect, JLR tried to make it sound like, no, this is just a page on X. No, it's like give us your money and you might win some money if you go and check in somewhere. Like it's a scammy scam. You know what I mean?
And you had told me the person that runs it is
well, I thought, see, that was the idea. So here's the problem. I might have to backtrack on that a little bit. So if you Google that name, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you Google that name, the first thing that comes up is a police officer who did some really atrocious things.
Tomboy.
Right? And so you have to think to yourself, okay, did Did he look this up? And obviously, I don't think it's the same person. I may be wrong, but I don't think it's the same person. But nonetheless, with everything going on, with
Thanks, Mom.
all
I need chocolate.
I gotta
you
go to the
know,
store.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Yeah, I am too. She just said she had to leave. That's all.
more
I'm
important.
here.
But it just the whole fucking thing. And does anybody else feel like every crime that's been happening lately is fucking Hollywood?
Absolutely,
Like,
1,000,001%. Yes.
I'm going to tell you why. Because the people that are committing these things have watched too much murder shows, too much Snapped, too much all of this. And it's like everything seems like an effing movie. And I'm going to say this one thing and then I'll let y'all clap back. But I have fully come to the conclusion that none of the three parents did anything to that young man, Sebastian Rogers, and that he ran out the front door. After watching yesterday, I've been off of here for a few days on purpose, real talk, because I wanted to sit back and watch and just kind of see what other creators were going to bring to the table. I'm sure Dago did that. I'm sure Clue did that. Everybody did that, right?
Yes, sir.
But the last 48 hours has been so fucking telling. I don't know all the creators. I think it was Nonsense, and I think it was Duchess that did like a dive into all the old videos, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what needs to happen. I think some of these creators need to get together so you're not all doing the same videos, right? And everybody takes a video and dissects it, right?
I've
'Cause
actually been thinking about doing it. It's a good idea. I agree with
well,
you.
yeah, because what they showed yesterday, guys, I don't know if y'all were watching any of that, but they literally showed in the beginning exactly what police are saying today. Seth agreed with it. Seth said it
Yep.
himself. Chris
Yes,
agreed
sir.
with it. Chris said it himself. Katie through her communication. And if you go back to the beginning, you will see absolutely he walked out that front door. Now, after that, heaven only knows, and I hope the angels are always watching. But it's like,
A
holy
money
shit.
grab.
Yeah, well, you get so weighed down by your opinion based on other people's opinions that you forget to think with just common sense and logicalness.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
You know?
No, right. And everything that has happened in the very beginning, when he said what he did, he left. I'm like, you knew, like you have known this whole time that he walked out of that house.
Yes.
So literally everything past that has been you taking advantage of this situation and trying and succeeding at making money.
Right.
Right.
I liked it when he had to backtrack on Pascal.
Well, I mean, Pascal, even in the beginning, I lost all respect to him for him, not even for anything he's done during this case. But once I watched that interview again, Pascal, I have to ask you, why did you feel it necessary to continue to lead this man down a foul play road?
Thank you. Thank
It was
you.
just not necessary. It was like, oh, but this, but this. No, he went out the front door. And even in that first interview, he corrects, he actually stands up to Pascal. And that's how you know he doesn't know Pascal. That first interview tells us how he didn't know Pascal before. You know what I mean? And so you can almost, with all due respect to Pascal, you can almost see the glimmer of money in his eyes in that first interview. And then the only thing that's concerning to me is something that Pascal even picked up himself, where Seth goes, I talked to him Thursday and then he left on Sunday. And Pascal goes, left or disappeared?
Yeah, and that's what I was getting ready to say. Pascal has even caught on to some of these wrong wordings. We'll just put it that way, for lack of better terms. But yes, yeah, he has.
And honestly, I believe that somebody in the family could be a part of it without any of the three parents knowing. I think there's enough hate within that family for people within that marriage and what was that family set, whether it be Seth, Katie, or Chris, that would benefit. If not financially, they would benefit mentally, knowing they got the last hurrah, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? And it's like, then it goes to the case of, would somebody really keep him for 3 years to destroy Chris and Katie? Yes.
Sure thing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We've already, and you know why?
Sorry, I need to throw this in here because it's only fair, or to destroy Seth.
Well, either way, yes. But we've seen, I'm sorry, Clue, but we have seen a plot to destroy Chris and Katie from almost the beginning of this. as of up to right now. So of course there would be somebody that would do something like that. Go ahead, Clue. I'm sorry to jump in front of you like that.
Oh, I was just agreeing with what he said.
Well, I mean, come on, guys. We've seen that. This has been nothing but what did we call it for Koberger? Oh shit, I can't think of the word right now, but it's been the same thing going through media, social media mostly, but a whole plot to destroy Chris and Katie Proudfoot. That's what this has all been. 100%.
You said an orchestrated media hit.
Yes. In a sense, that's exactly what this is.
But I think that came after the disappearance, right? I don't think it was pre-planned before the disappearance.
Yes, sir. I agree.
This was all something that was put together when they realized, unless there is an active party involved that has something to do with it.
See, and I'm trying to tell y'all, I can't get on board with the whole, like, now maybe it was after, right? But I would like to know what the catalyst was, because the first time we met him, he was already working on it.
The catalyst was somebody somebody took the bait to start
the
media hit. So you got to look at it this way. And this is assuming everybody's innocent. He just walked out of that house. You have a vindictive ex-husband, father of a missing child, emotional as hell. YouTubers flock to him, and they see the dollar signs.
And they probably broke it down to him. Like, listen, we're still going to look for him. But
you got an angry and a vindictive, upset father and ex-husband, right? It's blatantly obvious. It's there in front of all of us. He's just short of saying, "I hate him for taking Katie from me." It's just short of him saying that, right? Imagine that being a female that is a vindictive ex, and all these YouTubers flock to her and give her all this attention,
like Nina,
right?
And
you play on it. They would play on it till the end, and that's exactly what's happening right here.
Yeah, but the only person that would know to go to do that would be YouTubers. It was in my opinion, YouTubers saw the situation. They found out about the quote unquote original dirt on the family, reached out to Nina, told Nina, "Hey, if you do a statement for us, we can help you get
No. Nobody reached out to Nina. Seth put Nina up to that. And that's why I'm telling y'all, I cannot get behind fully that this is all being done because YouTube picked it up. I can't do that, because the first time we met this dude, it was a week in, y'all. He hadn't been on no YouTube, and he was already slinging shit.
But I think
and I need to add to what you said, Cletus, with that whole he took Katie from me, so on and so forth. Don't forget what else he's done. He's been a father to that child. He's done things for that child. He's made that child look at him. Chris has made that child look at him as a real father.
Well,
in his other mind, that's bad. Just saying.
And I think there's a lot of reasons that somebody that portrays what I would consider the personality traits of Seth would have a lot of angst toward Chris, right? I've seen people that present the same way.
So
it may be unfair, but my ultimate point is, it's a question of whether it was an opportunity that YouTubers seized, or was it strategized to go after
you guys are not thinking with all the facts in your head. You're not doing it. Let me tell you something. If you don't already have an agenda before YouTube, if that agenda was not there, why is it on day number 3 you approved of your sister, whether you told her to do it or not, opening a GoFundMe?
I think that was strictly because he was going to be off work. I think, honest to God, I see where you're coming from, and I can absolutely respect your point of view, right? But I think that if that was the case, everything wouldn't be so perfect.
But you don't know that. You don't know on day number 3 that you're going to be off work for a month. You don't know you're going to be off work for a whole week.
Unless you know how long that child's going to be missing.
You would not know how long on day 3. They could have found him the same day. I'm telling y'all, no.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Because that I'm not saying I can't get behind that, but do you think that may have happened? Do you think that it's possible that Sebastian was found and now being hid?
It's very possible. That's why. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? Okay, there could have been a phone call made to one specific person or another and said, "Hey, here's this, here's that." Now, here it depends on who found him. Okay, let's go there. It depends on who found him, but it is very possible. And then that child was picked up and then taken somewhere else. Now, if it was somebody from the public that found him, no, I can't see that happening because they would have went to the police. Okay,
right.
Yeah.
But if it was somebody that knew him, that went looking for him specifically and found him like that, and then just took him and off they go, then yeah, I can see that happening, honestly.
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, if that's not the way you're gonna look at it, right, in general, then I'm gonna be one of the odd ones out and say, go back to the neighborhood. He's there.
Yeah, I can agree. Ruthie, thank you for joining us. We did cover Madeline's case in the beginning of the show, 100%. So thank you for joining us. Now I can agree with you, Truth. I can.
Because it's the only thing that makes sense, Bubba. And if he's still alive, we're going to believe he's still alive. He's either got to be with someone he knows, an offender, or somebody who's got him against his will. I mean, not necessarily an offender, but someone who has him against his will.
Right.
Well, if we're to look at the track stopped at the building or at the retention pond, and we're to believe that he went to the retention pond, then I'm also forced to believe that someone maybe have rescued him, grabbed him, got him whatever out of that retention pond, and it would have to be someone local.
Mm-hmm.
Someone that would have seen him, someone from that, an eye's view to that pond, which really is that stretch of houses that in the new subdivision.
Yep.
Or a construction worker.
Or a construction worker, correct. And I'm just trying to throw this out there for people to think a little bit more. Get off of Chris for a minute. Get off of Seth for a minute and think about it without any of them involved, Katie included. Because that's what I've done the last 2 days. And my brain's kind of wrapped around some facts a little bit better as opposed to even what, we push or y'all push on y'all's channel too. You know what I mean? You can't just agree because a host says it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's fact. That is fact. Everybody needs to have their own minds and their own feelings and thoughts on this. Don't agree with me just because I feel some way, or don't agree with Clue just because she feels that way. Make your own decisions based on what we see and the facts that we get. Please make sure it's based on facts, though. Don't go out there on some shit.
Here's a fact, okay, that would put merit in it would put merit in chasing theories by the general public. It is a fact that beyond 5 miles, it hasn't been searched thoroughly. It's a fact that we're on day 87. It's a fact that there's been millions of hours viewed on this case. It's also a fact that other than law enforcement, very few have actually been trying to do a productive search outside of what law enforcement has already covered thoroughly.
Right.
My point being, if people would search and try to find a way to come together and organize it beyond the 5 miles, we could come a lot closer to eliminating he's out there. We could eliminate the theory of he's nearby and met his demise somewhere in the area.
See, I don't even think that's necessarily what happened, Bubba. I think that if someone has them, it's for other reasons. Now, I don't know what those reasons are, but when you listen to those original messages, right? Or interviews, sorry, not messages, original 2 or 3 interviews. Seth talks multiple times about bullying. At one point, he says, "No bullying." I know y'all probably seen this on different people's channels, but just to go over it again. And then he transitions to how Sebastian was being bullied.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, is it a possibility? Often throughout this case, they've said that he had boundary issues, right?
Yeah.
Is it possible that he was trying to talk to someone's girlfriend, maybe made a pass that the girl found inappropriate, maybe he didn't find inappropriate, and the boyfriend felt like he needed to stand up? You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
I just feel like the answers to all the questions we have now come in those first 3 to 5 interviews he does, and then after that, it's all tainted information.
Absolutely, very possible. I mean, we have been told that he has had issues with certain boundaries, as you said. Yes, absolutely, and that is something that's very possible. Um, there's too many possibilities, is what the problem is. Uh, the problem that I struggle with this is knowing that law enforcement has been as involved as they have been. There's something weird, guys, and every one of us here knows that there's something weird with this, that nobody has seen this kid. Nobody. Okay. So therefore, in turn, how many cases have we seen throughout our lives of children that go missing, unfortunate end results in the end where they find them deceased, blah 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 blah. They find evidence here, clues there, blah blah, whatever. There is nothing in this case, which makes zero sense to me, that shows that this child is actually missing, other than the fact that nobody can see him. Okay.
Seth says something really interesting. He says, no, not Seth, the grandmother, Robin, says something really interesting in the first, whatever interview she does. She goes, Sebastian will only go without shoes if he's going from point A to point B. Hear me out here, with someone he knows.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? Now,
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
She's accusing Chris, but Chris is obviously been seen where he's supposed to be or where he said he was, right? Even Seth in the original or second interview talks about how Chris is on the road for a long time, and Katie goes there on the weekends that he has Sebastian. So nothing about what they did after the disappearance of Sebastian was abnormal to what they would normally do.
Right.
When she didn't have Sebastian, she would be with Chris. Well, Sebastian's missing, she's going with Chris. And once again, they could be, Katie could have done something to him, and that it's a possibility, but that's not. If you listen to the beginning, you listen to the dogs, you listen to the track, you listen to the 911 call, you put all of the original information together, it is very clear, in my opinion, what happened to that young man, at least to the point of him leaving the house.
He walked out that front door by his own accord. I do agree.
Yes.
That's where I'm at with it and have been for a while. What I want to know, what I can't quite gather together based on what we have, is what happened when he walked out that door. That's all I know. That's what I can't get.
Yeah. I don't know why that scent was lost at that pond. If all these dog trackers, okay, everybody keeps saying that Julia is legit, I don't know why the scent just quit.
That doesn't make any sense the way it did. We heard that audio 100 times, guys. All of us have listened to it. We've all analyzed it. Creators have analyzed it. Subscribers have analyzed it. Law enforcement, everybody has listened to that audio. We know it happened. We heard it. You can't fake that kind of stuff.
The answer is there, Dago. The answer is, if we're to believe those dogs, right, and we're to believe the initial response by LE over the radio, then Sebastian went into that pond.
That's right.
Right? That's what we have to believe. If we're going to believe that the dog, we can't question, well, where did he go? Well, we know where he went. We just don't know where he went after he went in. Right? We know that if the dog is going there was footprint. And if you listen to Seth in an interview he did not too long ago, he said that Sebastian would wear one sock and have 1 foot without a sock on. If you listen to the police video or radio, it's a footprint.
A footprint, one singular. Yeah.
One singular footprint.
And we know he's not in that pond. We know he wasn't in that pond because they drained it. So where the hell did he go? I don't get it. I can't put that together. It doesn't make any sense. Now, one thing that did come to mind, Cletus made me, this has been grinding my brain for a while now. There is a fence that runs down along the backside of that site where that pond was, okay? So what kind of a fence is that called, Cletus?
It's just a construction net.
Okay, right. We looked at that on the map, and it runs the whole backside of that area there, okay? There's one spot there where that was pushed over by somebody, something, somehow.
Yes.
That's the only place that's pushed over, which means that was made an exit point for something, or an entrance point, whatever you want to call it, okay?
Well, the excuse for that could be that there could be high schoolers that live in that neighborhood, and they walk through there to school.
Okay, and I agree with you, but that's why I was wondering if we could have found footage of some sort. Well, that'll never happen, to see how long it's been laying down. You know what I mean? Because if that was something that was new, that tells a story. And we looked at the path that could lead from there to the main road, and you're out, gone by. See ya. And that really has been eating at me for a long time now, because that tells its own story, in my opinion. Somebody could have grabbed that child from that pond, and out they go. They're gone. End of story.
Well, new or not, and whenever it got there, doesn't really matter. The fact still remains that that would be an access point.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed.
One of the questions that I have that I didn't think to ask the other night: did Katie, in the weeks before or days before Sebastian went missing, give any clothes away, secondhand clothes, like to the neighbor or someone down the street? You understand what I'm saying? I asked that because the smell apparently was so strong. Is it possible that it could be because of that? Does that make, I know that's way left field, but how many of y'all have given a bag of clothes to the lady across the street for her kids?
All the time. I mean, I get it. I have no idea. I don't know.
Does that make, do you see what I'm saying, Clue?
Yes.
Because like if you gave the neighbor, a pair of, I don't know, shorts or whatever, and they went to that, maybe they take a walk with their dogs to the retention pond, that would be a heavy smell to follow. You know, and I know it sounds crazy, but it's things that we do in everyday life that we just don't think about it.
Agreed. I agree. Salty says, listen to Michelle After Dark. Sebastian went in the water. Cletus, can you get to the pond from Ward Lane?
Yeah, but
Isn't that the back road that we followed on the map that one day where that fence was knocked over, and that back road takes you right to Ward?
So go ahead.
So if you come out of the pond and you cross the construction fence, you're right there at the cemetery. If you go north, if you look on Google Maps, it looks like there's a street there. It's not a street. It's just where people have driven up into the cemetery.
Right.
That goes to Ward Lane.
That's what I thought. I showed that on a show we did one time, and it mesmerized me because of the. Hold on a minute, guys. I'll show you.
That's where. Well, I remember that because that's why I wanted to go there when we went out driving that day. Because I personally feel like somebody parked their car right down there on that little teeny road that comes off of Ward. They could have pulled up in there like they're going to the, what's it called, cemetery. He could be in that water. They pick him up. Boom, he's in the car. Y'all are gone. And there would be no cameras there.
There would be one place on that route that a camera would have caught a vehicle, though.
Okay, so this is where this fence is, right here. Am I right or wrong?
What?
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah.
No. Okay, right here.
That's right.
So the retention pond,
your left.
Right over here.
Hold on.
Or is it over further? It's up here,
sorry.
right?
It's so hard to see on this tiny freaking screen. Yes, it's right there where your mouse is. Well, I know I'm behind, but that's it.
Okay. So this here is where that piece of that fence was knocked down, folks. Okay. If you come from the pond, you come through here. Okay. You got this road here. It comes up. And there's Ward right there. That has been driving me insane for weeks now.
Well, yeah, when we saw that, when we were going over the maps, that was the initial road that we all went to. But if you go up a little bit, go back up a little bit, isn't there an access road right there down that fence line? That's a power station access road?
No.
No.
No?
No.
It would be right in here.
Somewhere through there.
Right here, maybe. Yeah, I mean, you just come right through here. It's straight down this road.
So what you guys are talking about, that power line road,
yes,
is at the end Doesn't it start at like the end of War? It's at that end of that one.
Right here?
I don't.
No, that's the driveway.
Oh, that's the driveway.
There's no TVA access point right there. It's north of there.
I thought they had access behind the school.
The
I've never seen it.
So
Well, what's not? What
behind
do
the
you call
school.
it? What do you call it? Everybody has it on their property that's out in the country.
Substation?
No, it's
right
An
of way.
easement. Yeah.
Easement.
So-
That's what it's supposed to be.
All right, so right behind the school, on the north side is Ward Lane. Ward
Right.
Lane runs behind the school,
Mhm.
and it runs to that drive, whatever you want to call it, there where you would go to the cemetery,
Right.
The dog leg, right?
Right here.
As far as the cut through for the TVA lines, they're about 2.5 miles to the north.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
in my opinion, this is exactly here and why. This is what happened, I think. I feel strongly that's what happened.
Well, here's the other thing to consider too, right? Instead of looking north, if you assume the same is true, and he ran to the pond, he crossed that construction barrier, looked to the south. There's the road continues right there to that church, to the Masonic Lodge right there. There's a parking lot right there. Now the only caveat to that is it's right across the road from the fire station, and they do have cameras.
I'm telling y'all right now, go back to the pond, Dago.
Okay.
All right. So the pond is literally on the opposite side of that last house right there. If you look at where that road is, that's coming down, not Willow Bend, but the one to the right.
Right here, Parkland Drive.
No.
Or this road here, not Willow Bend. This road
The
over
one
here.
beside, right, that little cut through right there.
Right.
If you had a car right there, there ain't a camera that would see you. I don't care what nobody says. Where would it be? Where would the camera be?
But how would you know that? Not you, but how would somebody know that if it wasn't pre-planned for him to run away?
I'm not of the mindset that it wasn't pre-planned.
I don't think it wasn't pre-planned. I do believe there was pre-planning to this.
So you think that he went all day, like you know what I mean? He went all day knowing that he was going to run away that night. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't fit well. That with me anyway. That's where I have my problem. Is that you're telling me that when he went with his mom and he went and had the colossal popcorn and went to eat, that he knew that he was going to run away that night?
I mean, why not?
There's two different ways to take this, Truth, in my opinion. I agree with you, but I still feel like,
it's definitely a question. I'm not saying I'm stuck on this. I want everybody's opinion because I just can't figure that part out.
It could have been one of those situations. Here's my thought. That it was talked about before with someone else and talked about before that as well. That if you ever feel like you need to get out of there, you call me. We'll be there. You go here. It's a plan per se. Okay. And
so who's the only person that he would have that type of relationship with, according to someone who's already spoke?
His grandmother,
Robin.
Thank you. Okay.
In my opinion, I'm not saying she did, but when you start looking at things like that, it's like, and then her first thing that she ever said publicly was, "Don't call Chris Proudfoot my grandson's dad, father, stepdad, any of that." And it's like, whoa.
And Sebastian will go back to Katie Proudfoot over my dead body.
Yeah, that was the other thing that was disconcerting.
Very much so.
If Chris Proudfoot got so much heat for making the comment about concrete, right? Why isn't the same heat being put on her for saying over my dead body he'll never be, quote, returned? That returned word bothers me.
Because it's taken 90 days for the cycle to make a regular. I mean, it's there. I mean, it's happening as we speak.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I've said before that Sebastian was in his room while Katie was on that phone call. There very well could have been something in that conversation that upset him that made him feel I have to get out of here now, whether it was bad or not. His mind took it that way, possibly, and he decided this is it. I'm gonna send a text message or a phone call, which doesn't look abnormal per se, but who knows? I don't know how that went down per se. I'm just making a judgment here on a theory.
Right. That's why I keep going back to that
Right.
cell phone that Seth said he was going to give him, but didn't give him.
I get it. I got you. But, made that call. I'm ready to go. I got to get out. You know where to go. We talked about this. There it is. End of story. It maybe something happened that he ended up in that pond on accident because it was dark. And maybe there was, there had to be a little help somehow. That's the part I can't get past because there's no other footprints that were seen that we know of, or any other traces of that where that scent stops on the other side of that pond or coming away from that pond.
Well, I will say this much. Let me tell you why actually being able to go to the place is a huge help. There wouldn't be footprints on the side of the pond that's next to the fence because that side of the pond is not mud like construction, it's grass.
Okay. Gotcha. I didn't know that. Thank you for that.
It's primarily riprap, rock.
Right here, per se, along this side here,
Hold on.
which rolls right onto that, crosses over Willow Bend Drive. Okay.
Well, no, because
That Willow Bend Drive beyond the dirt looking area doesn't exist.
right.
Oh, okay. I
So
got
like
you.
that last house, they go on Willow Bend Drive.
Right here?
Hold on.
No, on
Or
Willow Bend.
right here.
There, yes.
Okay.
The pond is literally on the other side of that house. It's right beside of that house.
Right here.
No. What? Hold on. I can't see your. Move your mouse. No.
Right there, yeah. Yeah.
Right there, yes.
Okay.
That. I hope I'm right.
No, I see what you're saying. So he could have come right through here into that pond, stepped into the
Yes.
grass, came through that area, went right through that fence area, and back out you go. Right.
Or
Okay.
if
So why
someone,
wouldn't you just go down Willow Bend then?
if
Well, it
someone,
doesn't exist.
because so listen, y'all, if someone were meeting him and they were parked on that street, right where there was that hole in that fence,
Yeah.
if they came down and picked him up, they would not leave footprints because
Right.
it is grass, whereas the other part to the left is all construction mud.
Got you.
Right. Gotcha. That makes sense.
I mean, that's so much planning for it to be something that was so, and that almost leads to the second thing of like, how do you justify that thought when the parents are saying that he had the, mental capability of a 11, 12-year-old?
Well, you got to also remember that he knows his address, he knows his phone number, he knows all these people's phone numbers, right? If in terms of going down the train of thought of it pre-planning, if you can remember those things, how hard is it to remember? Hey, but Sunday night before I go to school, when mom goes to bed, I go out of the house. I head to the first house at the back of the subdivision, going toward my high school, where the high school kids cross the fence.
And
And then, oh shit, I didn't realize there was a pond there. I fell in.
And here's the other side of it. And I'm not trying to just say like, look at Seth, look at somebody associated with him, but there is one thing to this that I think people just skate right over. He would be there when Sebastian got off the bus.
Right.
To pick him up. You don't know that they left that neighborhood immediately. He could have been driving around the neighborhood, which, matter of fact, he does admit to doing because he talks about a house that's up on Kellen and says that they have a camera. How do you know that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
So you don't know what they did. You don't know that he didn't put him in the truck and say, look, come this way, go right through those. I'm just saying, like, you don't know.
Remember that day when we did this? Remember that pond there? Go around that, go back through. I mean, get it. Yeah, I get it. Okay. That makes perfect sense. Guys, this is the only way I can see this happening without being seen on any kind of cameras. and getting out of the neighborhood without being seen in a car or another car.
And there's no smell that goes toward anywhere else but that pond. So
Right.
to assume that he took off through the woods and could be outside of that 5 mile radius, you would have to assume that all the dogs they used weren't good.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Respectfully.
And you mind you got 3 dogs on the same track.
And they did say that was a false hit, remember?
Well, I not that I personally care too much for certain people, but Julia did a live last night that kind of explains some of that a little bit. But at the end of the day, I think that was information that Ellie, after it was released, realized, oh shit, we don't need that released right now at this step in the investigation.
Well, plus too, you guys have to look at it from a Ellie outlook. If they believe that he left with someone, of course they're going to say it was a false hit.
Right.
That's true too. Yeah, it makes sense. It does. I can't let go of this theory here with this back road, this fence. Because of that pond scenario, I can't let go of that. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree.
It's hard to let go of because nothing else makes any sense. And I'll be damn surprised if that's not what happened. If they come out eventually when he is found and say something completely different, I'm going to be blown the hell away.
First of all, it wasn't 27 degrees out, I don't believe.
No, it was 40 degrees.
And in all honesty, once again, on this theory that is being talked about, not saying it's what happened, right? You would have to use Seth's own word or Seth's grandmother's own words when she said that he would go outside without shoes on if he was going from point A to point B or with someone he knew. Now, in this scenario, he would be going from point A to point B to someone he might know.
Very true. Very true. I don't know, guys. I know that it's been enough time, though. It's been more than enough time. Something needs to break on this. Somewhere, somehow, please. Something needs to break on this.
And that's probably why law enforcement, in my opinion, drew back their searches. It's also my opinion that's why Seth stopped his searches. Because at some point, if you're to believe that he ran away and either someone picked him up or he kept on running, right? Which, if we're to believe he's still alive, then we have to think someone picked him up.
Right.
Then that would make sense why LE backed off their searches. Seth made his search is private, because if he came out and said, guys, we're not searching anymore because we believe he ran away, then that destroys that whole money train.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Which begs the question, why is Tony now putting out information that says that he was abducted by an unknown vehicle?
And it's ridiculous because even...
No, it's not. Think about it. I don't mean to cut you off, but Tony's actually doing something interesting. If you think about how Tony's been working, Tony will not admit fault for shit, right? But if he knows now that it's not Katie and Chris, he has to now somehow push the narrative away from Katie and Chris in order to keep this boat going. The only way to do that is to push it toward an abduction. So now this can go on for as long as they want it to go on, or until Sebastian is found. Because when you run out of things to accuse the parents for, and LE still hasn't said any of that's true, you can only do that so long before people are like, enough's enough.
So there could be an angle that you guys are just skimming right over. He could be trying to push this. He went in a car because he wants the FBI involved.
Well, yeah.
But that wouldn't be the way to do it, because FBI is smart enough to know that that's not a legitimate source. Wouldn't you agree?
That's exactly what he's trying to do, though, from that conversation 100%. Where I gathered last night from what because I went into Savage last night when he was talking, and that's exactly what I think he is trying to do from what I gather from that conversation.
And they just put out a news thing with him on it saying he wants the FBI involved. I'm telling y'all, that's exactly why he's doing that.
And I think that's exactly why he said what he said about that they had put out one first, because he keeps saying that they need, if Sumner County Sheriff's Office can't handle it, that they need to turn it over.
Well, in all honesty, I personally think that they should turn it over as well.
Why?
Well, because I think that if they are hitting walls, let's assume that they're hitting walls, okay, and they have no more evidence one way or the other. Okay, that's all we know right now, so we have to assume that. Then why would it hurt to let another agency take a crack at it? It shouldn't, and that is a pride thing, in my opinion. If they're
Aren't they
not
involved already, though?
But they're involved, but there's a difference between being an assistant to an investigation and being the director of an investigation, right? And my personal opinion is if we want Sebastian to come home, and I do, I know y'all do, then let the feds do it. Why not? It shouldn't hurt anything.
Well, here's my concern with it, honestly. If it becomes a federal case, all right, now you have 49 other states that the same pool of resources have to be competed with, right? Or have to evaluate which one takes priority. Whereas in Tennessee, I get he's not the only missing child, but there's a lot less than there are across all 50 states.
I agree with that.
Now,
but I think
then it comes down to competency level. Is TBI competent? If they're competent as the same positions with the FBI, I don't see why. I don't disagree that maybe a fresh set of eyes being brought in. I just don't necessarily know that it's the right thing for the FBI to take it over in the best interest of Sebastian until there's an indication that they need to.
Okay, can I ask you this then? Sorry, I almost called you Sarge. Let me ask you this, Cleta. This is a real question. Anybody else on the panel can answer too. Do you think it's possible, or do you believe in this entire ordeal on either one of the sides, Seth's sides or Katie and Chris, not related to Sebastian, that there's been any criminal activity that's happened?
I think that there's borderline.
Let me ask this: is there a potential for illegal activity to have happened?
Are you talking about in regards to his disappearance or everything?
No, everything else. I'm talking about after the fact of his disappearance, people involved.
Hell yes, there's been
Okay.
criminal activity.
Okay, awesome. That's what
Yeah.
I think too. Follow me here. So in that case, having to do with this case and the family involved with this case, there have been crimes, in my opinion, that have been committed over the state line of Tennessee, which would immediately bring it into a federal issue, which means that it would be a federal investigation based on everything that's happening now. Because there's so many questions of why are people from Oklahoma involved, people from Florida involved, and not just involved as far as like talking about it on social media, but actually physically being involved with money transactions and, so on and so forth. If law enforcement on a higher level is not looking at this for what I would suspect would be some type of activity, then I would be highly, highly upset with the legitimacy of the investigation. Because even though Sebastian is the key, like the focal point, or it should be, everything happening around it, if there's more criminal activity, that has to be added to the case, not separated.
So the only potential for criminal activity I see is something that until he's found, that potential is going to just remain potential.
But isn't potential enough for investigation?
I mean, it's not such a priority that it should take precedence even remotely or even in the same realm as looking for him. Because
Correct,
at the end of the day,
I agree with that.
at the end of the day, it's it's just like if one of these parents are involved, that doesn't matter until he's found, because you're never going to be able to do anything about it until he is found.
Unless I get what you're saying, but my question is, if there's illegal activity surrounding one parent, maybe they're not doing it, but within their quote unquote team, then that would give me, if I was the investigator in the situation, an angle to look at it. Okay, what is their motivation? And the motivation at the end would have to do with Sebastian. So then that would make me feel like it would be included in the case of missing Sebastian. Does that make sense? Because if you're
but here's where I think the danger in the rabbit holes exists, right? You could chase that entire rabbit hole and come to nothing, and you could have spent all that time and been missing the forest for the trees. Because at the end of the day, if criminal activity implies a problem with somebody that's already involved, why would the indication of criminal activity lead you to where he's at? Does that make sense? Because at the end of the day, you should be scrutinizing that person anyway, just because of the closeness between that person and the situation.
Right, and because of that, exactly. No, we're on the same page here. But because of that scrutiny, if there was deemed illegal activity to be occurring, I'm not saying it is, but if it was deemed that way by law enforcement, then you would have to look into the potential of, are they participating in this illegal activity because they have Sebastian, and I mean they as a whole, as a broad thing, not they as Tony or they as Seth, but they as whoever.
Gotcha. Salty said, I think that Ellie knows he got into a car. Can they ID the car? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure everyone in their circle is being watched. That part of it, I have to agree with. I think everybody has been being watched. And it'd be ridiculous to think they weren't. Whether they're looked at as a possible suspect in the case, they're still being watched because of the situation, in my opinion. And the fact that that's probably true and nobody has been arrested says a lot. Okay. It's either somebody that is very well hidden right there in that area or somebody that's very far away. Okay. That's my only two options as far as this goes at this point. Somebody took him somewhere far away or somebody is hidden very well right in plain sight. Okay.
Can I ask you this, Dago?
Yes,
And
sir.
anybody on here? If you were to take 10 points of similarity, right? Like 10 points, how many out of those 10 points would be the same similarity in the Summer Wells case as the Sebastian Rogers case?
10 points, Lord.
Okay. Is it beyond a conversation that maybe, just maybe, there is a predator of some type in Tennessee that is repeating a cycle every couple of years?
Now, that's very possible. That's something I thought of in the very beginning. Like, here we go again. And then I started looking for there's a lot of missing kids in Tennessee, guys. A whole lot. Okay. It doesn't even have to be every couple years. It could be as often as weekly for all we know. If you look at all the missing children in Tennessee, that little slideshow that I play on my videos every other few shows or so, most of those kids are from Tennessee. It's insanity. But the thing is yes, it could be. There was talk about a ring in Tennessee that was for child trafficking. I don't know. I don't look that deep into things because I don't have that time. But
what do you think, Lou?
It's possible.
I think the odds of them being related are pretty slim.
Okay. I just was doing a review on the Summer Wells case this morning, and it was like, even when it comes down to the accusations of the parents, and I don't have a fish in that, I don't have an opinion one way or the other, but it seems to be very, very similar in the way that social media handled it, the way that police handled it.
I mean,
and
that's every case on social media.
Social media wise, I agree with her. Now, there are a handful of similarities, yes, but there's also a lot of differences too. The way that the scenarios happened with the parents themselves, the surroundings, the situational things that went on the days that they went missing. So I guess, yeah, you could look at it that way, but I agree. I have to agree with Clue. I think it's very slim that they're related, but nothing is impossible. Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to throw that out there. Just a thought.
No, I get it. Every option you have to look at every angle and every option possible in situations like this. I agree with you. That's interesting, but can we be dealing with a serial kidnapper? Too, I don't think it likely, but like I said, Carito, anything's possible at this point. This case and Summer's case, nothing's off the table because there's been nothing, and like one of the points with this case and Summer's case that are very much alike. She went missing. There was no sightings of her. There was one possible that happened a year or so later, but it wasn't her. But there was no sightings, no camera footage, no nothing. She's gone. The only difference with that case and this case with them being when they went missing was that there was instantly a theory from the parents as to what happened. which has made them look very suspicious because they came up with the story immediately. You know what I mean? So, but that one thing alone, yes, is very interesting. That there's no sightings, there's no visual, nothing, no hints to nothing, no evidence, no nothing, which makes zero sense. If a child goes missing and then they're found later, deceased, then it comes together. There's nothing like that. The only other case that this does remind me of is here in Ohio, is Harley Dilly when he went missing. Okay, I've explained this one before. He got a little mad at his mom, took off walking, that he, did whatever he did. I think he was supposed to go to school, but he never showed up. I'll have to go back and look at it again. But anyway, they found him weeks later, stuck in a chimney across the street from his house. Okay, so that was
take it a step further back. Tabitha Tudors. Look at Tabitha's story. And so I just have to, as someone from Tennessee, and I start looking at these stories, there are large similarities in the way they went missing. Maybe not about everything else, but the way and the just poof, like you know what I'm saying? And, Tabitha was around Sebastian's age. I think she was 13 or 14. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but that case has haunted me since I was much younger. Just because it was just so crazy in Tennessee when all that happened.
Yeah, in fact, I think somebody brought that up not too long ago, that case in reference. So, absolutely.
Marie, you're not necessarily wrong about that. There's a lot about that racetrack that becomes interesting in that case.
All right, guys. So I hate to do this because this is a good conversation, but my wife just said it's her turn, so I gotta go. I appreciate you jumping up here, Truth. I like the conversation. This was a good conversation. We need to have more conversations like this regularly. But I may be back in here tonight, guys, late, because I know there's a couple other shows that are going to go on, so I may be in here late. I can't guarantee it, but I will give you the option that it's possible. For anybody that's going to be bored later. Excuse me. But
how
Truth,
would coming to your show help that?
Damn.
That was harsh.
That was mean, but you know what's even meaner?
What? I'm sorry, you broke up.
That was harsh.
Bye, Clue.
Damn, I'm the last.
No, I removed Clue. Aha, you couldn't do it to me. Anyway, I want to thank everybody that was on panel. And if you're bored, I guess I can't help you. But I might be here later. Just so you guys know. And I appreciate everybody being here today. It was a great show. I appreciate everybody's input. Everybody that was on panel today, thank you so very much for your input and info. Love you guys to death. I appreciate every moment I get to spend with you guys. Moderators, you did a great job as always today. Thank you very much for that. Anybody that may have donated to the channel in any way, God bless. Again, it's never expected, but always appreciated. She said, no, you didn't, but I appreciate the attempt. I said, I clicked remove from stage. We probably did it at the same time. Either way, whatever. Thank you, Clue and Cletus. I love you guys. I appreciate your time always over here. Truth, same with you. Kimber, you know it. Mom, always. And everybody in here, you guys are absolutely amazing. God bless each and every one of you guys. I love you guys to pieces. You guys are amazing, guys. Please don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves, because you are the beautiful people and you are why I do what I do. I will see you guys so very soon. And if I don't, good night and God bless. Bye-bye now.
Bullshit. A bullshit?